Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Edgar. I'm the president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And on behalf of the board this morning, I'd like to thank you for logging in and joining us for today's remote meeting. We're using the WebEx platform today's meeting as we have before, and this will constitute the board's regular business meeting for the month of April 2021. We very much appreciate everyone's taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us this morning. We appreciate that. Now, since we've experienced these Zoom meetings for many months now, we're not going to spend a lot of time in going over the protocol. However, our staff is happy to help anyone or to assist anyone who needs help. And you can contact Ryan Jones, our board clerk, Leslie Gallagher, or a member of the staff by text, email, or phone. If you need help, they'd be pleased to assist you in any way you need. I'd point out that there's an extensive list of instructions on the second page of the agenda for those who might want to read over those. Regarding the meeting process itself, I think the way we've run the meetings before has been satisfactory, and therefore we'll proceed as we have before, which is as in the past, Ryan Jones, our board clerk, will be moderating these meetings from a technical point of view. He, as well as Leslie, Michael Wright, and other members of the staff will field comments and questions addressed to the presenters, either from texts, emails, or the chat room if you want to do that. Second, following each presentation, I'll ask for questions and comments from the board members. And after the board is finished, we will unmute the public, and Leslie and the staff will try to identify those who have raised their hand to speak, and we'll call on those speakers on a first come, first served basis. After we completed the public testimony, I'll bring back the matter to the board for more comments and questions and final action if the matter is an action item, or simply move on to the next item if it's an informational item. Should be aware that the meeting is being recorded and will be housed on our website, just as our streaming video has been for all of our meetings. We will probably be taking a few breaks during the meeting for 15 minutes or so to give our reporter as well as the staff a break and to catch up. At this point, I'm thinking we will be taking a break after DWR's item 9C and before DWR item 9D, which are the maintenance area budgets. And then we'll take another break after the maintenance area budgets, and because I think that's going to be a long item. And then finally, another break before the closed session to give the board members and the staff a break prior to the Zoom closed session that we have today. Ryan will place a sign to appear on the screen at the break times, stating that the board is on a short break in the estimated time that we will return. Members, I believe we have a full agenda today, and it does include some interesting items. I've been informed that we do have a closed session. I'm anticipating recessing the regular meeting to a closed session around 1 p.m. today and completing the closed session around 2. Regarding the items themselves, as our first action item, which is our consent calendar, which has item 5 on our agenda, has 4 items on the agenda this morning. The staff has informed me that the items are in order, and we've received core letters on items 5A, B, and C. Apparently 5D does not need a core letter, but the staff said that item 5D is also in order. Therefore, unless someone on the board or in the public wants to remove and discuss one of the 4 items on the consent calendar, items 5A through 5D will constitute the consent calendar for this morning. Consent calendar will be voted on with a single motion and a second, and disposed of with a single vote. Obviously, the approval of the consent calendar, items 5A through 5D, is an action item of the board. Under item 7, legislative update, Darren Suen has told me that he does not have a report this morning, so we'll pass on that item. Similarly, under item 8, USACE items, the Army Corps of Engineer items, we have no reports from, or informational reports or briefings from the Corps this morning. Under item 9, this is the item from the Department of Water Resources. There are 4 items listed on the agenda for today's meeting. Under item 9, item 9D is the action item under that category. Then under the category of board items, item 10, we have 3 important items which are listed on the agenda. All 3 are informational items. And finally, we have our usual executive officers report, including informational staff reports for the board review. We also have our normal board comments, committee updates, and calendar for everyone's edification. So said before, we do have a closed session today, and we will handle that the same way we've handled that item in the past. That is to say, we'll recess the meeting and the board will go to a special Zoom link meeting, which Leslie has scheduled already and has already provided you the link for that closed session. So this will be an interesting meeting. Might as well proceed. You're probably aware item 1 contains welcome, introductions, and announcements. We've completed the welcoming remarks. Leslie, are there any other introductions you want to make this morning?
We don't have any new staff introductions, and I know we did a big send-off last month, but I just wanted to mention for everyone that today is in fact Gary Lemon's last day with us. So another big shout out to him, and thank you for all your many years of service. And we are certainly going to miss Gary. I'm not sure if he's on right now. I just wanted to make the board members aware. Direct all your permitting questions now to Steve Lamb. He's flying solo.
Thanks, Leslie. Appreciate that. Okay, members, we're on item 2, which is the roll call. Ryan, if you wouldn't mind, please call the roll to determine whether or not we have a quorum to conduct our business this morning.
Board Member Griego.
Here.
Board Member Johnson.
I'm here. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
Board Member Ramirez.
Here.
Board Member Valines.
I see him.
I see him. Yeah.
I'm here. Sorry. I thought I was on. Yes.
Board Member Countryman.
Present.
Vice President Dolan.
I'm here. Connect your lips, Michael.
President Edgar.
I'm here also. We have a full board this morning. Thank you very much for that. Item 3 is the minutes. As the agenda is indicated, Jane Dolan, acting as the secretary of the board, has informed me that the preparation for the minutes for February 26th are not ready, and that consideration of these minutes will be postponed to the May meeting. So members, we're on item 4, review of the agenda. Leslie, is there anything we need to talk about on the agenda itself that you want to mention at this point?
I think you covered all of the core items. I think you covered all of it, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Members, we're on item 5, the consent calendar. As I said earlier, we have a consent calendar, which is item 5, has 4 items on it this morning. The staff has informed me that these items are in order, and I believe that we've received core letters on items 5A, B, and C. And item 5D does not require a core letter, but it is in order. Therefore, unless someone on the board or the public wants to remove or discuss any one of the 4 items on the consent calendar, 5A through 5D will constitute the consent calendar, and we can vote on those. Do members have any questions on either any of the items 5A through 5D? Seeing none, are there any Did I hear something?
Sounds like an echo.
Yeah, sounds like an, okay. Does anyone from the public have any questions on the consent calendar? Leslie or Ryan, do you see anybody?
Nothing here, Mr. President.
I see nothing as well.
Okay, then, members, could I have a motion and a second on the consent calendar, please?
I would move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Dolan, second by Griego. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the consent calendar is approved. Item 6. Item,
Bill, I think you have an echo.
yeah, I'm not sure why at this point. Is it still there?
Not now.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. We're on item 6. We are receiving a letter from private development, which is being processed in the city of Rancho Cordova. This letter will be made a part of the record in case this matter eventually comes to the board. But other than that, do we have any other people who want to speak that on items not on the agenda?
Yeah, this is Richard Hartzell. I would like to speak on an item not on the agenda.
Okay, Mr. Hartzell, please.
Yeah, thanks. I live on in Sacramento here in the Greenhaven area on Benham Way. And I wanted to, bring up some issues that came up recently on the levee with the pipe gates. I wanted to say that I appreciate the board's position on opening up the levee. I think that's commendable from a public relations standpoint, public policy standpoint. My issue as a riverfront owner, of course, is a little different. But my main concern is the recent pipe gate removal at the Garcia Marina. The issue there was I didn't see any public notice. There were no hearings about removing those pipe gates. They've been up for over 60 years at the old marina, and we have some active bald eagles here, and it's disturbed them. There's a nest, and we have river fox dens. So my concern is just, in the future, if you're going to remove pipe gates, let's have a hearing about it so both sides can come and talk to you guys about what the pros and cons are, and you can mitigate it. So that's what I'm going to bring to your attention. We're a little disappointed there was no hearings on that.
Okay, Mr. Hartzell, thank you for your comments. We appreciate that. Anything else?
Yeah, hello, I'm not sure if this was the protocol to get on there. I didn't see a raise hand symbol on the Zoom or on the meeting here. Is this how I make public comment?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you. My name is Mark Berry. I'm from the Tiffany Farms Homeowners Association in Rancho Cordova. And I just wanted to make briefly a comment about, well, first I want to start off. I think you don't get enough credit because the public is grateful for the efforts of the Central Valley Flood Control Board. And a lot of money's been spent on this. There's $373 million in the Folsom Dam project. We're undertaking now a comprehensive levee protection project in the Lower American River for an estimated cost of $1.56 billion. And I understand since 1986, $22 billion have been spent on dam and levee improvement projects in our region. So the taxpayers fund these efforts because the public's threatened by flooding. There's currently a application number T2020074, known as the Cassis property, that's been submitted to the Central Valley Flood Control Board. And I just want to say, as a taxpayer, it's disconcerting to be asked to spend dearly on flood protection projects when this project's in the wrong direction. There's no public benefit to it. The city of Rancho Cordova in September 21st at their meeting said there's a surplus housing space in this Rancho Cordova to meet the regional housing needs. The deputy city manager said that none of this property known as the Casas property was needed to meet regional housing needs. And the city public works director has said that even the fees from this project are a drop in the bucket, and over time it'd probably be a net loss over time. So I just want to say, as a taxpayer, I think it's unfair to be asked to spend dearly on flood control if private projects are going to be allowed to encroach in the floodplain with really no public benefit. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you for
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Anybody else? Okay, let's move on to item 7, legislative update. There's no report on this item today. And item 8, similarly, we have no items from the Corps of Engineers. So we're on item 9, Department of Water Resources items. And under item 9, Steve Rother, Chief of the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives in the department, has submitted his written monthly report for the Department of Water Resources for review and information. And then there are 2 other items that we'll be talking about. But at this point, I'll ask Steve to make any introductory comments he wants to make, and then turn it over to Mary and subsequently to Kamir Kovechi, and then let's see, the fellow that's taking Mark List's place this morning. Whose
That would
name?
be Eric McGrath, Mr. President.
Thank you, Leslie. Eric McGrath will be making the presentation on the maintenance budgets, but I'll turn it over today to Steve. Steve,
Thank you, and good morning, President Edgar and other board members and other folks on the call and meeting. And so you will hear from DWR this morning on 5 items. And Ryan, if you could advance to the next one, I will give a brief update on the progress in developing the San Joaquin Basin flood strategy. Also a quick update on the Delta Working Group. And then, as President Edgar mentioned, we'll hear from Mary on the flood plan, Kamir Kovechi and his team on watershed related studies, and then here again on the maintenance areas budgets. So briefly on the San Joaquin Basin flood strategy development, Ryan, if you could advance. We had a meeting April 7th among all the stakeholders involved in the process, including folks from DWR, of course, and President Edgar, Board Member Ramirez, Executive Leslie Gallagher, and Ruth, as well as a number of folks from the RFMP groups. And in that meeting, we wrestled with a number of issues related to the scope of the strategy and its relation to the flood plan, and how to coordinate with the development of the 2022 update. And I think we landed in a good place after a constructive conversation, and decided to move forward as quickly as we could in developing the San Joaquin strategy and incorporate what we can into the 2022 update, recognizing we won't get all of it done in time to include it. And then there are some potential geographies and thematic content that might not sit comfortably within the flood plan, but we're going to work through all of that. And I think an important outcome of that meeting was to decide to work together in workshops scheduled quickly over the coming months to advance the planning process as quickly as possible. So we've got a couple of workshops scheduled in May. You can see the dates there. And another outcome of one of the follow-up meetings to the April 7th broader stakeholder meeting was to begin to develop an outline for what the strategy might look like, starting with a purpose statement. And So there is a draft purpose statement that a smaller working group has developed that will be circulated to participants in the process later. And I'll just mention two things, two important focus of the purpose statement. One is that we will the strategy will respond to Water Resiliency Portfolio Action 25.4 in a manner that focuses on leading to action and not just a plan. We'll update the strategy with a flood focus, scope from dams to delta, with a focus on also on adapting to climate change and restoring floodplains. And secondly, to establish a collaborative planning process that will more strongly link together the RFMPs with DWR and the Flood Board and other important stakeholders, increase understanding of system changes as a result of climate change, and fill in the thematic and geographic gaps in the existing flood plan, the white areas, as you might say, and align and integrate with other sectors, other parts of the water sector. So we are leading up to the May 12th workshop and trying to get as much advanced work done for a productive meeting on the 12th. And we're also trying to develop a way for more of the Flood Board to participate in the process and not be constrained with the limit of the 2 board members in any one meeting. So Ruth Darling had passed on that request to us, and we're working through that now, and we'll have some information on how we'll do that before too long. So that's what I wanted to share on the San Joaquin Basin strategy planning. And then just quickly on what's called the Delta Working Group, which is an effort led by the Flood Operations Branch of DWR. And it involves all of the relevant counties and Cal OES and DWR and other key stakeholders in an exercise to evaluate how to respond to a multi-jurisdictional and multifaceted emergency. And the process started back in, I think, December of 2019, and it's broken up into 4 study modules. The initial conditions was the first, and then responses to flooding is the second, environmental quality and water quality impacts, and then recovery, which is the module that the group is on now. And it's really, the exercise is intended to give all the key emergency response resources in the Delta an opportunity to better understand how best to respond to emergencies and what are the issues and obstacles that need to be addressed to respond most effectively and recover whatever area is affected. And an after action report will be developed and shared with this group and other stakeholders later in the summer. And I just have one other slide, if you could advance to, this is just a picture, once you see it, of all the folks involved from the local management, maintenance area, engineers, emergency respondents from the 5 Delta counties, as I said, DWR, Cal OES, and state and federal agency staff. I keep thinking this is like a band picture and we need to name this band, but maybe at another time. That is all I had on those topics. And unless there are questions for me about any of these topics, we can move to Mary Jimenez and an update on the flood plan update progress.
Thanks, Steve. In terms of the local stakeholders, can you give me an example of who you had there? Did you have property owners involved in that too, in the Delta workshop, table workshop?
Well, I'm not sure. I believe there's someone else from DWR who's been helping to lead this effort who might be able to answer that question more specifically. Greg Farley, is there someone on who can answer that question?
Yeah, I believe Liz Bryson is available.
Liz, are you on?
Morning. Yes, I'm on.
Great.
Morning, Liz. I was interested in whether property owners or local members of local RDs in the Delta were involved in this also, in addition to the counties and who are obviously in OES, who are obviously knowledgeable about the SIM system.
Yes, so good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. This is Liz Bryson, Chief of the Flood Operations Branch for Department of Water Resources. And we did have several reclamation districts and their representative engineers in the exercise. But as far as I'm aware, unless the landowners were also part of those reclamation districts, we did not have the landowners there included in the exercise. It was focused on those emergency responders.
Okay, thank you. Any other
Welcome.
questions for Steve at this point? I don't think so, Steve, so we might as well move on to Mary.
Great. Thank you, President Edgar. Mary, I know you're here and I'm sure ready to go.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. Good morning, Mary.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll wait for the presentation to be loaded.
One moment, please.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much, Ryan. Good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. My name is Mary Jimenez. I'm with the Department of Water Resources and System-Wide Multi-Benefit Initiatives Branch of DWR. Pleased to be here this morning to provide you a briefing on our development of the 2022 flood plan update. Next slide, please. An overview of the presentation today. I'll spend a little bit of time recapping topics presented to the board last month for the CVFPB, alignment of the CVFPB with the California Water Resilience Portfolio, and DWR's recommendation for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act for this plan update. And I'd like to spend a little bit more time focused on where we are, and that is the integration process that we're going through with the regional flood management planning efforts and contents, and integrating that into the CVFPB update. And then a brief look ahead to where we're going, other topics coming to the board and our partners soon on the CVFPB, alignment with other state efforts beyond the California Water Resilience Portfolio, performance tracking and outcome-based planning, and our development of our update of the conservation strategy. Next slide, please. Next slide. And next slide. Thank you. So the California Water Resilience Portfolio is our blueprint for equipping California to address promoting water resources resilience and addressing impacts of climate change, encouraging collaboration and building on existing state and local initiatives, and addressing regional challenges related to water supply and quality, natural system health, and flood risk. Next slide, please. At a higher level, the goals of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan have the strongest alignment with the protect and enhance natural ecosystems, build connections, and be prepared goals of the Water Resilience Portfolio. Considering the more specific actions underneath those water resilience portfolio
The JPA works
goals,
for me. You can call it Bob for all I care, as long as I know what you're talking about.
Excuse me,
Bob.
I believe Mr. Larson, you are off mute. I'm gonna mute you now. All right. Sorry about that, Mary.
Considering the more specific actions underneath these water resilience portfolio goals covered last month, we will work to maximize alignment between this flood plan update as we develop our investment and policy recommendations. Next slide, please. I just wanted to touch briefly on Action 25.4, building off of what Division Chief Steve Rothert covered earlier. So Action 25.4 of the Water Resilience Portfolio is to update and refine the regional flood management strategy in the CVFPB to account for the projected impacts of climate change along the San Joaquin River and its tributaries. Building off of what he covered, I just wanted to kind of double down and repeat that we are pleased to have had the stakeholder meeting on April 7th with the board and our partners, and look forward to continuing the dialogue through the stakeholder workshops in May. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So last month, Lori Price from my team at DWR briefed the board on our recommendation to comply with CEQA for this plan update. Considering our evaluation of proposed refinements and new information since 2017, no new or greater impacts have been identified from a system-wide perspective, and no new information of substantial importance. However, we are planning to make some minor technical changes as needed that will be reflected in an addendum to the 2017 program. Next slide, please. Even though no public review is required for an addendum per the CEQA guidelines, we will still plan to accommodate direct influence on the plan update from the public. We do plan to accommodate direct influence on the plan update from the public through our outreach, engagement, and public review of the CVFPP itself. We'll also continue to provide transparency on our rationale for recommending an addendum as needed for our ongoing engagements with the board and our other partners and the broader public. Next slide, please. And next slide. And the next slide, thank you. So today I am eager to go a layer deeper into our integration process with the RFMPs for the board, given the essential nature of the regional input to the ultimate success of the CVFPP and its continued implementation. As of now, I'm pleased to report that all near-term deliverables have been provided by the 6 regions, and we are actively moving forward. Next slide, please. Last month, DWR and the RFMPs prepared and provided presentations for the board's coordinating committee on regional priorities, and also discussed the status of coordination between the RFMPs and the groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs, within those regions. So 5 of the 6 RFMP presentations were completed with a good and engaging dialogue through the coordinating committee. And I understand the 6th presentation is happening later today for the board from the Mid and Upper Sacramento River region, and we look forward to that one as well. Slide, please. So this month, discussions have been ongoing around deferred maintenance and review of proposed project list provided by the RFMPs. May meetings will include discussion of the draft conservation strategy update, status tracking of the 2017 policy recommendations, and discuss how we can spotlight regional accomplishments and priorities in the CVFPP update itself. We will also work towards more detailed discussions on performance tracking and emergency management as key topics of the plan. Next slide, please. So as we go a layer deeper into the RFMP integration process and its major steps, I wanted to acknowledge that the ultimate expectation is to maximize alignment between the state and our regional partners, and that alignment is much more an iterative process than an official destination. Where we aren't able to align in this plan update, conversations really need to continue and work continue as well towards the next plan update in 2027. So given that, the 2022 update is following the same general process used in 2017. And the 5 major steps are shown on the slide above, including collection, assessment, selection, and development, and finally making recommendations in the 2022 flood plan update. There is a gold star over where we are in this universe right now, basically in the assess step. And I'll cover more of that in a minute. Next slide, please. So last September, we began this process and this first step of compiling a collection of updated information. Considering new projects proposed since 2017, we now have over 450 proposed projects that have been collected. Since there are no updates being made to the basin-wide feasibility studies for this update that were the source of some of the 2017 descriptions, the primary sources of the updated proposed project information are from the RFMPs and from DWR's flood management programs. Next slide, please. So since January, We have been evaluating the RFMP identified proposed project as management actions for consistency with the plan goals, state system-wide investment approach, and state priorities and policies. At times, there are duplicative projects being proposed by the RFMPs and our flood management programs. So we're working to reconcile any differences and identify the dominant or most updated and accurate description that we can use. The primary reasons proposed projects could be removed is if they are unrelated to the state plan of flood control, inconsistent with the state system-wide investment approach in our description, and or inconsistent with state policies for floodplain management, for instance. Next slide, please. Moving ahead into the next step, we will be vetting what is called the selection of proposed projects. Tentative list will be further reviewed and discussed with the region, really focused on any proposed projects or actions that will be removed. Opportunities for iterations and continued discussions will definitely continue to be available through the summer, and we will work to also confirm those the dominant description for any of the duplicative proposed projects mentioned. Next slide, please. And as we move towards the administrative draft of the CVFPB later this summer, we will also be performing qualitative evaluations based on potential to contribute to the CVFPB goals and our societal values. This exercise is really important to inform the prioritization and program phasing information for the investment strategy and the funding plan featured in Chapter 4 of the 2022 update. At the same time, technical analyses are underway to provide the important quantitative results that we need on system-wide plan performance and projected outcomes. Those projected outcomes are otherwise known as benefits we expect from implementation of this flood plan over our long-term horizon. Next slide, please. So all of this engaging in important work is culminating into content inclusion in the upcoming drafts of the CVFPB update and related supporting documents. The diversity of projected outcomes, actions, and costs are all used as justification for the funding recommendations we need to develop. As a reminder, this process is not a funding decision or endorsement for specific projects that are being proposed. Proposed projects or actions that are not included, however, are not precluded from inclusion in subsequent CVFPB updates or for consideration by other state funding programs if they qualify. Next slide, please. The proposed projects or management actions being integrated into the plan from the RFMPs are a diverse set, including an array of structural and non-structural actions consistent with the state system-wide investment approach to inform our recommendations. Parallel conversations on the policy issues are the major companion, beginning with reflecting implementation progress on the 2017 issues and recommendations, and quickly moving towards what the updated recommendations need to be this summer. The fundamental importance of the policy issues is that without addressing them in a direct and prioritized manner, far more limited progress in implementing the CVFPB would be realized over the long term, no matter how much funding becomes available. Next step, please, or next slide. And lastly, I wanted to end with a visual of the process just described as we extend into 2021 and moving towards our administrative and public drafts of the CVFPB. Really wanted to thank the board for their continued leadership and ongoing engagement with DWR and our RFMP partners throughout this process. And with that, I'll stop for questions or comments before moving on to the next segment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. The one, I guess you didn't mention this, but we're going to have a discussion on the maintenance budgets, in a few minutes. And it seems to me that the work that Chris Williams is doing on the updating the technical engineering memo on the costs of, first of all, the backlog, the cost of the backlog of the maintenance, which is estimating probably to $5 billion at this point. And then the ongoing cost of $105 million a year, which is kind of a ballpark number of what we're talking about here. It seems to me that there's a disconnect between the approval of the maintenance budgets for DWR, which set forth a cost for maintaining those areas, and the cost that Chris Williams is coming up with, which is substantially more. What that is, I think that's causing a disconnect, because what we're saying really with the maintenance budgets is that the costs set forth in the maintenance budget are really not full cost recovery for the state. Therefore, we're probably subsidizing those maintenance areas. I would estimate probably by a third of the cost that's set forth in the assessments. So it seems to me that this presents a problem locally. If you're trying to present options to the local LMAs regarding what their options, whether to do it themselves through the LMA or whether to have the state do it themselves. Because if the state were doing it, they would require full cost recovery, which is a lot more than is being set forth in these maintenance budgets. So I think there's a disconnect between these two efforts that are going on. And how are we going to resolve those? We're obviously not going to resolve them today in the discussion of the maintenance budgets, but that's a policy area that I think we need to resolve, essentially because I think the state is subsidizing those DWR maintenance areas by probably a third, because they aren't charging legal costs or engineering costs or whatever it is. It's not full cost recovery. Do you have any thoughts about that? Have we been thinking about that? How we're going to integrate and align those two efforts?
Yes, that is one of the key nuances of the key policy issues related to operations and maintenance. And yeah, Chris Williams has been working closely with the flood maintenance office, as you know, and the LMA partners. So I think that is something we can dive into and discuss more.
Okay, I think that's going to have to be resolved quickly, because we're putting pressure on the LMAs to do a number of things, and that is bring their maintenance and operations efforts up to par. We're providing them money to do LOIs and SWIFTs and so on. And I just think we need to take that on at some point. The money we're recovering from the assessments is not full state cost recovery. I know that. And I think everybody else does too. So at some point, we're going to have to resolve that from a policy standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions on Mary's issue here?
I have a couple.
Okay, Joe?
That you identified 450 projects. That boggles my mind. How is that possible? What are the projects that make up 450?
There are all sorts, and I guess that's the collection part, and we still need to resolve some of the duplicates, but that's still a large number, right? I think even if we do that. So they're all over the board, from physical projects, studies, or proposed efforts to address policy issues, governance studies, RCISs, levy fixes.
That's I mean, I know you can't go
lot.
through each one here, but it's just,
Right.
it's just like, I would think like if each region had 3 projects, that they would hope to have put forward. And if we were successful in doing that, that would be a big win. But 450, what we have, like, I don't know. I mean, it's like, okay. Secondly, Bill, I thought that we're legally required to charge for the full cost of those maintenance areas. How is it possible we're not doing that?
Well, don't look at me. I don't make up the maintenance budgets. That's
But
what
it's been,
that's the dilemma that we're facing, though. I think Mark has and Eric, to that extent, in preparing those maintenance budgets, what they're trying to do is make sure that there isn't a full-blown revolution here at the board when we approve them. I mean, if they were to charge full cost recovery of what they're spending for those maintenance areas, those maintenance budgets would be increased by at least a third, And
okay,
well,
that would be an incentive for them to take it on themselves, wouldn't it?
that's where I'm going, Joe. That's exactly
okay.
that's where I'm going. But the state has not wanted to do that because they you know, they don't want to, you know, create a big brouhaha here at the board when the maintenance area costs are raised. And that's the issue I'm raising, and that's the issue that Mary and Chris and the maintenance staff are wrestling with right now. I mean,
But I
I
don't
think,
think they have an option. If the cost is the cost for doing the work, it needs to be charged. I don't see where it's optional.
well, that's my position, but you know, it's what it is. And
Okay, I guess we'll hear more about that in a little bit.
yeah, I think we need to deal with that. I think that's a real issue here. But we'll see. We'll see. Mary's well aware of the disconnect there, I think. Okay, anything else?
Yes, through the chair.
Yes, Mary Jane.
So I just want to expand on what board member Countryman said, 450 projects. So you eliminate the duplicates, okay? And then you look for some consistency in each region. Is that something that we're going to look at as well, is what's consistent in each region that is needed in regards to projects?
Yes. And it is within the context of the regional conversation. You look at that regional collection and you talk through those.
Okay.
Mary Jane, I don't know whether you've had a chance to look at some of these. These are not the kind of projects that, you know, we think of as projects. These aren't like the American River Project or the Trillia Project. These are like, you know, 100 feet of patching up the levee in one spot or something like that, and they've just not addressed them. And if you look at all of these lists of projects, some of them have been deferred over time, which then gets to be a big project that gets into kind of another category where they, you know, they can justify a core project or whatever. But a lot of these are just little projects, aren't they, Mary? Just kind of 100 feet of bank protection or something like that.
Yes, that's right. Some of them are much smaller. And, one of the other, things you can think about, because this is a collection of management actions, even though they're listed as proposed projects, there's still room, I think, to strategize, to bundle some together.
Right.
If you were to actually get funding and be able to do a project. So they're of all scales and sizes. Yeah.
Right. I think that's where Joe's going. I mean, we got to put together all of these 400 projects into something that's worthwhile doing from a regional point of view.
Mm-hmm.
So would you say that?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mary Jane.
I just wanted to. So would you say that these were maintenance projects that maybe like got deferred so long that they become projects? Is that how you look at this?
Some of them would be. Could be.
Okay. All right. I just wanted a clear understanding about these projects. Thank you.
Sure.
Mary Jane, there's a little bit in the chat as well. I don't know if Mike Mearswa doesn't have access to his microphone, but he's been putting some things in the chat, like projects include things like emergency response planning efforts, specific exercises or products. And he wanted to specify that the 450 projects is a list of projects from the regions themselves. And then he verified what President Edgar was saying about the projects. Bill, I just wanted to get that into the record for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, this is Jane. Let me just pile on this. With the first plan being done, the RFMPs were asked to do a thorough scoping and analysis of what brings their region up to modern standards and future planning, addressing climate change, addressing all that. I think it would be more appropriate to call this a list now that we've heard these other terms here. Some are goals that would be reached over 10, 15, 30 years. Some are immediate emergency. Some are plans to bring coordination of the various local entities within a region into addressing perhaps emergency response or maintenance together rather than in their just specific to their own district. So the regional plans are binders that are probably 3 to 5 inches in width. And they are just a compilation of everything from addressing neglect. We certainly all knew that. All the statutes of 2007 and 8 said, boy, it's time to not to really pay attention to this system and just not hope it's always going to function. So we've got a lot of backlog. We have a lot of needs, and we have a lot of climate change impacts that are upon us, and it's really time for us to begin to address them. So 450 on the list, I would think that could be the Sacramento region alone. So when you get to this massive system, the list is big, and we just have to chip away at it as much as possible. Technical memorandum that we've seen in the last 4 years, and it'll be updated, and it will be a higher number, indicates the backlog of need for funding improvements to the district, and it's big, and we got to get the word out there and start somewhere.
Yeah, I think for the board, it's really important to understand that you recall we talked about operation and maintenance in the last update as being a priority for the board, and it of course is. And the cost of that was the $105 million a year, which we've all been familiar with. But what wasn't as clear to me anyway with that plan is the substantial amount of backlog. The $103 million only is relevant if you clean up all of this backlog and you're starting off with a system that's basically up to date and capable of being properly maintained and operated. And that number, the backlog number, is about $5 billion that we have to chip away at. Fortunately enough, the department has been able to achieve the receipt of 2 sources of funds, one for maintenance and one for addressing the backlog. Now, obviously, we didn't get $5 billion, but we got some money to address that, the backlog, as well as this ongoing maintenance. So we're at least the department is making the case that there are 2 issues here. One is the backlog, and the other is the ongoing maintenance and operation of these levees. So there's 2 issues here. We have been successful, or the department has been successful in getting this point across, and we've gotten some money to address both issues. I know Chris Williams is very surprised and very happy that we were able to do that, and he and his staff, as well as Mary, are working very hard to kind of put some arms and legs and details on the requirements for that money. And so we're making a little progress, but it's just a little. It's a big number. Both categories are big numbers, and we just need to work away a little bit at a time. But it is good news that at least the message is getting across, because the legislature and the Department of Finance are finally waking up to the fact that this is a real issue. This is a real problem, and are dealing with it little by little, which is better than it has been. It's not great, you know, it doesn't solve the problem, but it's certainly better than it has been in the past, and at least I'm pleased with that. Okay, anything else for Mary? Okay, thank you, Mary.
Thank you very much.
Steve, we're on to
Yep, on
Cami.
to
Okay,
Kamiar Gavechi, the manager of the Division of Planning, and two of his staff, David Arate and Karandev Singh, to give what I think is a really interesting presentation on the Merced watershed studies and related floodmar work. So, Kamiar?
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, President Edgar, Vice
good morning,
President.
Camiar.
Good to see you. Good to be back. Vice President Dolan, board members, Executive Officer Gallagher, and staff. I particularly want to thank Michael Wright and Ryan Jones for helping us prep for this presentation. My colleagues David Arate, Karande Singh, and I really appreciate this opportunity to update you on the Merced watershed study. Just by way of recollection, about a year and a half ago, we provided a briefing at one of the coordination workshops on the Merced study, which at that time was about 1/3 of the way complete, as well as an overview of flood managed aquifer recharge, or FloodMAR, as one of the adaptation strategies that has a multi-benefit approach. Today, we're updating you on the Merced study, which is now about 3/4 of the way complete. So we have new information and results to share with you, particularly on the climate vulnerability assessment, as well as additional adaptation or application of flood managed aquifer recharge using forecast informed reservoir operation, system re-op, connected with managed aquifer recharge. Just by way of framing this, the watershed studies that we're conducting are the first of its kind. It's the first time that we've taken a headwaters to groundwater approach in our analysis. This provides us the opportunity to co-manage or bring in multiple sectors of water management, flood, water supply, ecosystem management, as well as to look at adaptation strategies that also involves the multiple sectors. And one of the key breakthroughs of this approach is connecting surface water and groundwater. This is, we believe, essential moving forward with the kinds of impacts that we have and will continue to experience with climate change, particularly the extreme events. So David and Karandev will lay out in somewhat detail the findings of our climate vulnerability assessment. And what we found is there will be substantial flood risk and risk to the other sectors because of climate change. And you'll see that in quantitative terms. Also, we see substantial flood risk reduction potential by using reservoir reoperation along with managed aquifer recharge. And you'll see that we can do this while improving the ecosystem and mitigating for any water supply impacts through groundwater storage. Based on these findings, we believe that we shouldn't just stop with the Merced River Basin. We've done some initial work on the Tuolumne River, the climate vulnerability assessment on the surface water system. We'd like to continue work on that watershed all the way through groundwater. We've also put forward proposals to continue this watershed approach throughout the entire San Joaquin Valley. That would include the Calaveras, the Stanislaus, the upper San Joaquin River, and the lower San Joaquin River and its minor tributaries. We feel that this information will provide substantial support to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, the California Water Plan Update 2023. Many of the regional flood management plans can take advantage of this information, as well as the SGMA groundwater sustainability plans. You also heard about Portfolio Action 25.4. The watershed study information will be substantive in support of a San Joaquin regional flood management strategy. And then just in conclusion, given the amount of time we have today, we can only provide only so much of the detail, and we'd be happy to schedule a more detailed workshop presentation if the board so chooses. And with that, I'll turn it over to Karandev. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamir.
Good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Karandev Singh. I'll be sharing this presentation with David Arate, as Kamir pointed out. So both of us are senior engineers with the Division of Planning at Department of Water Resources, leading the technical effort on the development of watershed studies. So today we're here to provide you with an informational briefing on the watershed scale assessment of climate vulnerability and floodmark adaptation potential in the Merced River watershed. Before we get into the presentation, I just wanted to remind that this is a proof of concept study and not a feasibility study. At this time, we're investigating the vulnerability to climate change and the effects of floodmark on flood risk, water supply reliability, and ecosystem functions by using flood flows to do managed aquifer recharge. Next, please. Here's a brief outline of today's presentation. We will start with high-level overview, which Kamir briefly laid out as well. And then we'll get into the study key findings. And next, we'll take a closer look at the study, starting with the study background, followed by results and discussion. Next, please. So the main goals and objectives of the study are to design a proof of concept study to investigate the application of floodmark at a watershed level. Second is to evaluate multi-sector effects across three main water management sectors: flood risk, water supply, and ecosystem. And you will see references to this across the presentation today. And third is to assess vulnerability to climate change and potential of floodmark as an adaptation strategy to improve baseline conditions and to mitigate the effects of climate change. And lastly, to provide a template for future studies and projects by documenting the process of planning, modeling, and analyzing a floodmark project at this scale. Next, please. The key findings with respect to climate vulnerability are that each of the three sectors, flood risk, water supply, and ecosystem, are vulnerable to climate change. The results show increased flood risk resulting from higher peak flows and more frequent high flow events. Lower carryover storage and aquifer levels resulting from shift in runoff timing to earlier in the spring season and increased reliance on groundwater pumping to meet demand during the peak irrigation season. And lastly, diminishing habitat to support ecosystem functions. And we also find that these sector vulnerabilities are often interconnected. What I mean by that is, so when we look at the results, we see that the average annual runoff is roughly the same. But however, we do observe a distinct shift in the runoff timing, with more of the runoff becoming available earlier in the spring season. As a result, we see higher flood peaks in winter and early spring months, which is of concern to the flood managers, and a lower carryover storage because of diminishing snowpack and higher crop water demand due to increase in temperature, which is of concern to the water supply managers. And this places additional burden on groundwater resources during the peak irrigation season, which is then of concern to the groundwater management community. Lower surface water and groundwater storage collectively result in less water being available for ecosystem functions and warmer in-stream water temperatures, which is of concern to the ecosystem managers. So hopefully, by just working through this brief outline, we're able to show that the climate vulnerability spans across all three sectors and is interconnected, and we'll have some results to show later. Lastly, by combining the results from future climate scenarios with their respective likelihoods, we can provide a risk-based assessment as opposed to just a scenario-based assessment. So instead of communicating how much change we observe, we can now communicate the likelihood of that change. For example, the flood peaks are expected to increase in future. A scenario comparison can describe by how much. However, a risk-based assessment can help answer the questions like, what is the probability that the peak flood flows will double in the next 50 years? Next, please. The key findings with respect to the floodmar adaptation potential are, floodmar improves multi-sector resilience across 3 water management sectors. Reduces flood risk by lowering peak flow magnitude and reducing frequency of high flow events. It improves groundwater conditions and therefore water supply reliability by recharging the groundwater basin and reducing the long-term groundwater overdraft rate. Although we're still evaluating the results in the ecosystem sector, but from what we have seen so far is that skimming high flows has marginal effect on the in-stream habitat availability, and higher groundwater levels end up providing a more reliable habitat for the groundwater dependent ecosystems. Now, by combining floodmar with reservoir reoperations, we find that there are substantial benefits to all 3 sectors. We observe a significant decline in peak flow magnitude and high flow events. We observe a substantial increase in the amount of water that becomes available for recharge, which eventually provides long-term water supply reliability. We also see that any decline in surface water deliveries resulting from reservoir reoperation is mitigated by the additional recharge that is done through the floodmar project. Lastly, with reservoir reoperation ends up providing additional opportunities to further improve on ecosystem functions, such as establishing a dedicated shorebird habitat, creating additional spawning and rearing habitat for fish by inundating floodplains, or conducting a controlled spring pulse release to help with fish out migration, all the while minimizing the impact on water supply. So in a nutshell, there are opportunities to benefit all 3 sectors when you plan at a watershed scale, and floodmar complements and to some extent amplifies the benefits when applied in conjunction with other adaptation strategies. Next, please. So let's take a closer look at the Merced watershed study, starting with some background information. So this study area focuses on the Merced watershed, which includes Merced River, its tributaries, and several local creeks. Merced River has main channel capacity of 6,000 CFS. Historically, reservoir releases have been held around 6,000 CFS, with a few times going as high as around 8,000 CFS. Now, the creek reservoirs do regularly spill. Among others, we have Bear and Mariposa Creek, both of which, as I understand, have historically resulted in flooding of the city of Merced. The watershed is underlaid by Merced Subbasin, which is classified as critically overdrafted basin, with an estimated long-term average annual overdraft rate of around 52,000 acre-feet per year, assuming current land use and water use conditions. The study area includes one major reservoir, which is New Exchequer Dam, with a storage capacity of about 1 million acre feet. It includes 825 miles of conveyance system, primarily unlined canals, servicing about 150,000 acres of irrigable agricultural lands. Now on the map to the right, I've marked two locations of interest, Crocker-Hoffman and the point of diversion for floodmore operations from the Merced River. The Crocker-Hoffman is the first major control point along Merced River, just downstream of the reservoir. The point of diversion for floodmore operations is just upstream of Crocker-Hoffman. And you'll find references to Crocker-Hoffman as we report results in the flood risk category in the later slides. And just to be clear, in addition to the Merced River, we also divert flows from local creeks. It's just not shown on the map here. Next, please. The study is conducted using 100 years of simulated hydrology perturbed for 30 climate scenarios. As for the 100-year hydrology, it simulates the sequence of hydrologic conditions occurring during the 20th century, starting in October 1899 through September 1999. The last 50 years are based off of the historical record. The first 50 years are paleoclimate reconstruction of the historical records. Now we evaluate results across 30 climate scenarios ranging from 0 to 4 degrees Celsius increase in temperature, 30% increase in precipitation to 20% decrease in precipitation, all relative to current climate conditions. The current climate refers to no change in temperature and no change in precipitation as shown on the graphic there. Now, if you count the dots on the graphic, you'll find that they add up to 30, representing 30 climate scenarios each defined by a combination of change in temperature and change in precipitation relative to the current climate. For each dot on the graphic there, we run 100 years of hydrologic operations. Next, please. Now we can take the hundreds of years of data at each dot and determine a representative statistic. For the graphic here, I'm using the long-term average seasonal runoff into Merced River watershed between November and March, which coincides with the floodmore period. Next, we can draw contours to show mega trends across a range of climate scenarios. So the black line on this graphic represents no change relative to current climate. The shade of blue represents higher runoff relative to current climate, and the shade of red or orange there represents lower runoff relative to the current climate. So as expected, we see higher runoff under wetter and warmer scenarios because of more precipitation and shift in runoff timing to earlier in the spring season. Now, we have a sense of how conditions change across a range of climate. But not all these climate features have the same probability or likelihood of occurrence. Next, please. So to this, we can overlay the probability or likelihood for each one of those scenarios. These probabilities will vary depending upon how far out in the future we want to project. So the red circle here represents a group of scenarios that collectively have 50% chance of occurrence by 2070. In other words, there is a 50% chance by 2070 that temperature will increase by 2 to 3 degrees Celsius and precipitation will vary somewhere between -10% to +20% by 2070. So this approach of combining probabilities with scenario results is called decision scaling. Now for today's presentation, in interest of time, we'll just focus on two specific climate scenarios. One is the current climate, and the second is a likely 2070 climate scenario represented by 3 degrees Celsius change in temperature and 10% increase in precipitation, which is labeled on the graphic here as future climate and will be referred to as future climate for the rest of this presentation. Next, please. Let's look at some select model results comparing the current and future climate. Again, this is just a reminder that these are simulated results using a set of operations which have been calibrated against historical performance, but may not exactly match historically observed data. The key here is to focus on the projected relative change with respect to the current climate. We're tracking performance in the three categories: flood risk, water supply, and ecosystem. Water supply category includes both surface water and groundwater management. The last two columns over to the right include absolute values from the current and future climate scenarios. The shade in the last column represents performance of a specific indicator relative to the current climate. Red means decline in performance, such as increased flood risk, diminished water supply reliability, or reduced habitat availability. Gray represents no significant change, and green would represent improvement in performance, such as reduced flood risk, improved water supply reliability, or increased habitat availability. Now, under the flood risk category, we're tracking flows at Crocker-Hoffman. We find that the system is adequately designed to handle current climate inflows. As a result, the simulated peak flow is around 6,000 CFS, which is contained within the designed channel capacity, and we do not see any severe flood events under current climate. Now, however, with future climate, peak flow increases 7 times from 6,000 CFS to 42,000 CFS. The number of flood events also increases from 0 to 7, with peak flows during those 7 events ranging from 12,000 CFS to 42,000 CFS. That is twice or 2 times to 7 times the designed channel capacity. Now, under the water supply category, we observe that the average annual agricultural demand, which is that middle row in the water supply column there, or row there, the average annual agricultural demand increases by 55,000 acre feet from 798,000 to 852,000 acre feet per year. Now, since the demand is met both by surface water deliveries and groundwater pumping, we see an impact to both surface water and groundwater supplies to provide for that additional demand. The end of October carryover storage reduces by 45,000 acre feet on average, from 520,000 acre feet to 475,000 acre feet approximately. The long-term groundwater overdraft rate, measured as average annual change in groundwater storage, increases by 10,000 acre feet per year, from negative 50,000 acre feet per year to negative 60,000 acre feet per year. The negative indicates that over the long term, there is more extraction out of the groundwater basin than recharge. Now, under the ecosystem category, we're tracking habitat availability. Specifically, we track habitat available to groundwater-dependent ecosystems, defined by access to groundwater in regions underlying the groundwater-dependent ecosystem. And we see a declining trend with future climate there. For the aquatic species, we're tracking habitat availability of in-channel spawning habitat measured by the percentage of maximum weighted usable area, which is a composite metric of amount and quality of habitat available. Overall, predicted changes are minimal and likely do not represent biologically relevant changes in the spawning habitat. However, for this specific set of indicators, I'd like to point out that our analysis is based off of in-stream flows. So inclusion of water temperature data, which we are not modeling at this time, is expected to show greater vulnerability than modeled by habitat quantity alone. So with this, I'll pass it over to David to talk about results in more detail.
Thank you, Karen Dove. Good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and go next. All right, so Karen Dove gave a great overview on kind of the highlights and high-level summaries. I'm going to go a little more further into the results and take a look at some specific events, mostly focusing on the flood risk, but we'll talk about a little bit more about the water supply again as well. So Karen Dove showed that there was, with future climate, 7 events that go beyond the channel capacity, that's 6,000 CFS, and they range from that 12,000 to 42,000. So I'm going to show 2 of those 7 events, and it's actually going to be the smallest in magnitude, the 12,000, and the largest in magnitude, the 42,000. So here we've got 2 graphs. So I'll just explain these a bit. The top graph is the storage hydrograph for Lake McClure. The black line is the rule curve. The blue line is storage in the current climate. And the blue dotted line is the inflow. So the left axis there shows the storage values, and the right axis shows the inflow amount. The bottom graph is the flow hydrograph at Crocker-Huffman, the head of Merced River. So in this event, this is a 1942 event, a simulated 1942. We see we had an inflow event. We encroached into the flood space, the reservoir. release flows to get back to the top of con. We had a peak flow of 6,000. This was a flood event, but nothing beyond channel capacity for the Merced River. Next. So now with the future climate, we see a much greater inflow for this event, as Karen Dove was saying, more precipitation, greater runoff earlier in the late winter, early spring. So we encroach into the flood space much further and go pretty much to the top of the reservoir, that 1 million acre feet. This results in these two peaks here, the largest being the 12,000 CFS, about double of what it was in the current climate. So pretty big flood impacts and flood risk for this event. Next. One other item bringing together those kind of multiple sectors is we've got this flood risk, huge flood flows coming in. We've got some flood risks on the Merced. But as we get into the June, July timeframe here later on after the flood event, we can actually see the red curve on storage dipping below the blue curve of the current hydrology. So with less inflow coming later in the year, greater demands from the crops, we actually end up having a water supply impact in the same year that we had a flood risk impact. So this is where those multiple sectors are really kind of coming together now with the future climate. Next. So now we'll look at the 1956 simulated event. This was the largest flood event in our 100 years of hydrology. So kind of the same things again. The blue lines are current hydrology. We have our inflow event right there about beginning of January, encroach, and we get a peak outflow of about 6,000 CFS. With future climate, next. We have a much bigger inflow. We actually come a little bit less in storage into this flood event due to what happened in the previous year. But we have so much inflow that we end up filling the reservoir all the way up to the top and have to make a large flood spill of about 42,000 CFS. And the event itself is also much longer. You can see though on the flow hydrograph, we hold at that 6,000 CFS for I think about an additional month compared to the current hydrology. Again, next. Again, it's a little harder to see here, but as we get to July, even though for most of this event, we're much higher in storage compared to the current hydrology, as we get to July, more demands again, less inflow coming in, and we start to have a water supply carryover storage impact heading into the next year. Next. So FloodMAR operates in this time window here between November and end of March, which is where we're right in this flood season, and this is where FloodMAR is operating. Next. So we'll pivot here to the FloodMAR adaptation. We've got 3 levels of implementation of FloodMAR that we've been investigating. Our level 1 is what we call just using the existing infrastructure and operations of the system, and we just try to divert what we can off of the rivers, off the creeks for recharge purposes. A lot of the times it's skimming off the top of those hydrographs and diverting it for recharge. The modeling work is completed on this level 1 work. We're doing a lot of post-process and analysis of the results, but most of that work is completed. Level 2 builds on top of level 1 and now adds the reservoir reoperation component that we've been discussing a bit here, looking at things like forecast informed reservoir operations or the concept of a recharge pool coupled up with recharge operations. So the work on this one is still ongoing. We've done some of the modeling. There's still some more modeling that we're doing and some more analysis, so we're ongoing on this one. The next level that we will look at is building on top of the reservoir reoperation and looking at expanded or modified infrastructure. What this means is through some of the work we've done already, we've identified things like bottlenecks within the Merced Irrigation District's conveyance system, where if we make some improvements to their conveyance, we could get more water out to some of these lands to do recharge. We could look at expanding the diversion capacity of the conveyance network. Some other ideas are things like floodplain restoration coupled up with MAR. Some of those are just some of the ideas that we're looking at for the level 3. The work on level 3 is all still pending. We've just been doing some preliminary planning for level 3 at the moment. So we'll focus on level 1 and level 2 for today's presentation. Next. So now we'll look at how level 1 FloodMAR works with these kind of current and future climates. What does it do performance-wise? So here we'll look again at the 1942 event for current climate right now. In this event, we're just going to kind of zoom in on the flood hydrograph here. We had a peak flow of 6,000 for this event with Floodmar. We're able to skim off about the top 1,900 CFS of that event and divert it for recharge, and going down the Merced River would be that 4,100 CFS. We've got some flood risk reduction. We've skimmed that off, and we've been able to do quite a bit of recharge. In the green box, you can see the Merced River wafer, and wafer is water available for recharge. Out of this event was about 233,000 acre feet, a substantial amount of water that could be recharged. Next. So now we'll look at the 1956 event. This is very similar, a peak flow of 6,000 in the current hydrology. Next. And with Floodmar again, we skim off the top of that hydrograph. We're able to do some recharge and get some flood risk reduction. Next. So what about those future events now? Those ones were going much higher than the 6,000. How is the level 1 Floodmar, where we're just skimming off the top of those hydrographs, how does that perform? Next. So here we're still limited to that capacity of just being able to skim the 1,900 off the rivers. So we have a peak flow in the baseline of not 12,000. We were able to get that down to about 10,000 CFS. So we still have some flood risk. We've been able to trim off the top of those hydrographs, but there's still beyond channel capacity flows happening. Next. So for the 1956 event, we had that really large peak flow of 42,000 CFS with level 1 Floodmar. Next. We're able to trim off just a very small portion of that top of that peak, but as far as flood risk, it really has no effect. We're able to do lots of recharge. There's lots of water available for recharge, but from a flood risk perspective, the level 1 using the existing operations infrastructure just isn't working as well anymore. It isn't as effective. So next. So how do we improve on level 1? This is where we get to the reservoir reoperations coupled up with recharge. So we're going to look at two scenarios that we've been working on for reservoir reoperation. One is what we call an eco-FIROMAR. So that is an ecosystem forecast informed reservoir operation coupled with managed aquifer recharge. That's a bit of a mouthful. But the purpose of this one is one of its primary objectives is flood risk reduction, but then also ecosystem management. I think earlier in the presentation, Karen Deff had talked about flows for shorebird habitat and spring pulse flows for fish. Those are all the things that are built into this, where we set aside water with the forecast informed reservoir operations to do shorebird habitat inundation. We release these spring pulse flows. Those are all part of the reservoir operations. And we use FIRO to manage the water above in the reservoir and try to meter it out as much as possible to capture for Floodmar, but also using those forecast informed operations to look ahead for large inflows for floods so that we can release water faster, draw down the reservoir, and get some flood benefit as well. The other concept is this recharge pool coupled with MAR. This concept is a drawdown of the reservoir. Starting November 1st, we would draw down the reservoir and we would draw it down at a controlled rate and divert that water for groundwater recharge. And then throughout the flood season, as inflows came in, we would continue to hold that reservoir down and divert those flows out to recharge, creating an additional flood space so that if a large flood event did happen, we have some extra flood space in there to help absorb that. And then another thing kind of built on top of these two is this increased release capacity. Typically, the reservoir releases at about 6,000 CFS since that's channel capacity. Historically, they have gone up as high as 8. So here we're using that ability to go up to 8, where we release 7,900 CFS, 6,000 that can go down the river, and 19 that would go to Floodmar. So as far as the river, we're still putting out a maximum of 6,000 CFS, but for the reservoir, we're outputting an extra 19 up to 1,900 that could be diverted for Floodmar purposes. Next. So let's see how this performs. We're just going to focus now on the future climate and the 1956 event, since that's our biggest one. So here again, we're looking at storage for the 1956 event. The blue is the baseline future climate. And we're looking at that outflow in the bottom there. That's the baseline future climate. We have that peak flow of 42,000. Next. So with the eco-ferromar scenario using forecast-informed reservoir operations, we can see we start to release sooner as we see that large inflow coming in that pushes us up to the top of the reservoir. We begin to release sooner, a few days before that event, to make some flood space. You can see the green line dips a little bit in storage before it starts to go back up. Also, we're now releasing at 7,900, not 6,000, so we're able to release at a higher flow rate, but still divert for floodmar. Down on the flow hydrographs, the orangish kind of dotted line is what the reservoir is actually outputting, and that difference between the orange dotted line and the green line is what's being diverted for floodmar. So now for this event, being able to release sooner, divert for floodmar, we've been able to bring that peak flow down from 42,000 to 15,000 CFS. It's still a flood event, but it's not nearly as large as it was previously in the baseline condition. Next. So now we'll look at the recharge pool scenario again for the 1956 simulated event. So again, the baseline conditions are here, baseline flow 42,000. Next. So with the recharge pool concept, we had drawn down the reservoir earlier in the season and opened up some more flood space. So as that inflow event came in, we've got more flood space and we've got more capacity to release. That's 7,900 again. So in this case, now we've completely eliminated that peak flow event, and our peak flow with floodmar is back at channel capacity of 6,000 CFS. And we can divert a lot of water for floodmar purposes through this event as well. Next. So just kind of summarize some of the key points here, bringing back the table that Karen Devitt showed earlier. We've added this floodmar operations row to the top here. In baseline, obviously no floodmar operations. With level 1, out of that 100 years of hydrology, we were able to do about 61,000 acre feet on average per year of floodmar recharge. With our level 2 FERO scenario, that goes up to 93,000 acre feet. And with our recharge pool scenario, that goes up to 119,000 acre feet. And this is just applied recharge from the Merced River. We also have a number of smaller creeks that we're doing some floodmar, although those are a fraction of what the Merced River is doing. From a flood risk perspective, we had those in the baseline future climate 7 events that were beyond that 8,000 kind of channel capacity or whatever larger flood flows. With level 1, those are all still there. We're able to skim a bit off those hydrographs, but we still have those events. And now with the level 2 ops, we're able to eliminate almost all of those. The FERO one eliminates all of those extreme events except for that 1956 one, where we saw that the peak outflow went from 42 down to 15,000. And the recharge pool scenario is able to eliminate all those and bring peak outflows back to about 6,000 CFS again. From the water supply perspective, Lake McClure carryover storage for baseline level 1 and the FERO, not much difference in the carryover storage. The recharge pool scenario, this one does have some effects on carryover storage. As we do those drawdowns in the winter, there may be times where we don't get those flood inflows to fill us back up by the end of the floodmar period, and that can have an impact on surface storage and water supply heading into the next year. You can see the next row, the annual surface water deliveries, not much impact from baseline to level 1. The FERO one is still to be determined. We're working through that modeling, but there is some impact on the recharge pool scenario to the surface water deliveries. What that results in is more groundwater pumping. The next row, we look at the groundwater pumping from baseline to level 1, no change. To the recharge pool scenario, we have increased groundwater pumping. But that last line, I think, is the key one here. Even with recharge pool concept, we have had some impacts to the carryover storage. We have had some impacts to surface water deliveries, which has resulted in more groundwater pumping. Our groundwater overdraft has gone down significantly. In the baseline future climate, we were about 60,000 acre feet average per year overdraft in the groundwater. With that recharge pool, it's doing enough floodmar to offset those impacts due to the drawdown, and then some, that we have now 19,000 acre feet of overdraft, nearly 40,000, about 40,000 acre feet per year improvement in the groundwater conditions. Next. So to summarize a couple key points, I think we've talked about these before, bring them back up again. The first one is, one of the key items we've learned from this study is that these watershed scale integrated analytics really reveal that there are multi-sector vulnerabilities and multi-sector benefits and solutions. Having flood, water supply, groundwater, all of those modeled together, all working together using the same hydrology data set, you can really see all that at the same time. And I think we've demonstrated that through the results we've shown. And that's not just applicable to Merced. That's something that we think is really applicable to the whole state. And that leads to our second point, is that flood, water supply, and ecosystem managers do need to work together to implement these multi-sector solutions. FloodMar is one of these solutions. There could be others, but getting all three sectors to work together and not in their silos, I think that really maximizes the benefits and can help spread those solutions across all sectors. Next. So this table is just kind of a summary of some of the highlight performance indicators for baseline vulnerability and the FloodMar adaptation. We're going to leave this slide up and open up for questions. And thank you.
Thank you very much, David. We appreciate it. Any questions from the board at this point?
Mr. President, Board Member Ramirez had a question or a comment.
Sure.
Thanks, Bill and Leslie, and thanks for the presentation. We've talked a lot about this generally, and having some numbers and some specific examples, I think really helps focus the discussion, and thanks for leaving this slide up here. I would love to have a sidebar. I have some quick questions, but I think I might take a deeper dive to try to get some of the answers. The first thing that came to mind was there was a slide at the beginning, I think that Camiar had, where it talked about reducing peak flows and reducing their frequency, but there wasn't really an effect on the ecosystem management component, which frankly is a little hard to believe, given the fact that we know those kind of flows support those ecosystems, especially the limited amount of high flows that we have. It just feels like I would love to see the detail, and your bullet here suggests that there's more behind that, not just temperature, but the way that it was analyzed in terms of the impacts, in particular for floodplain inundation. I have no doubt that in the dramatic events that there's extra water in ways that benefits can be provided, especially for recharge, and it's pretty minimal downstream on the environmental impacts. But there's probably a lot of middle years where there are high flows that are really important for the downstream environment. And I know you guys have lots of data in different years, but that's an example of something that would help me better understand how those conclusions were drawn and what that analysis looks like. So that was sort of my first question. And then the second, more of a comment probably, is I would love to see if there's a way to do this to add another variable. You guys have treated the 6,000 CFS cap as a constraint, because it is, that's real. But one of the things we've talked about, especially for the San Joaquin, is increasing the floodway corridors and making them larger. And I'm wondering if that was done, what that would do to the analysis. There might be another way to minimize the potential effect from a catastrophic flood that would allow some of that water to be diverted for recharge, and also maintain some of those benefits that are downstream. And then the last comment is obviously where the water is diverted from, and the timing is a big deal. And I think if I got this correct, you guys took the water from above Crocker Huffman. Maybe there's places that could be downstream, and so some of that water stays in the river longer and provides some of those benefits, especially through the spawning habitat, especially where temperature might be important. I know that it's a little bit philosophical right now without having the infrastructure, but where the water gets pulled from might be another variable to look at, because there might be a way to stretch some of those benefits a little further downstream, which might be another thing that would be good to examine. So I'm happy to talk offline with these things about you guys. I just wanted to make those comments. I really appreciate having the detail in front of us. This is really an important area. And the comment about integration, I think definitely resonates. There's a lot of things that could be done if we can find a way to use forecasting and build some greater flexibility into the system to take the water that we do have and try to stretch it further in a way that benefits all those sectors. So I really appreciate that part of it as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Anybody else at this point?
Yeah, Mr. President, Brian here. I wanted to follow up on a couple of specific things, but also just in general, wanted to say I really appreciate the presentation. Thought it was well laid out, and this is extremely interesting and important work. So I start by saying thanks to both of you. Like Tim, I'm also interested in diving in a little bit and would go offline to look at some of the documents. I want to test to make sure I heard a couple things, correctly here about how this was working, if you don't mind. I think these are probably questions to David. But first off, the model was running recharge. Is it correct only when the system would have had flows running at 6,000 CFS below Cracker-Huffman and only diverting water above that, or was it also? It wasn't. It was diverting. What was the trigger for when that? Yeah.
There are a lot of different triggers in a lot of the scenarios that we're running. So in the level 1, we actually have 3 different scenarios within level 1. We just showed results for one. But some of the triggers are the state board's streamlined permitting guidelines is I believe the daily 90th percentile. You could take 20% of the flow if your flows are above the daily 90th. I don't remember all the keys are off the top of my head. And there were certain time windows and stuff like that. We had other triggers where we looked at the monthly 90th. And I think a third trigger was we had some threshold where as long as we met all minimum in-stream flows and had a buffer to make sure we had a certain amount of flow in the river. So for the level 1, there's different triggers. For the reservoir reoperation, that one kind of, since we're reoperating the reservoir for specifically Floodmar, so the 6,000 CFS is not a trigger. It was more of a gauge point for the flood flows and for the reoperation to try not to go beyond 6,000 if we could in some of those flood years. Hopefully that answers some of your questions.
Yeah, so that was being used to report out on the effects, but not as part of the way the model operated.
Yeah, in this case, it was more for reporting.
Yeah, and then a more minor question, but in the climate change scenarios showing lower carryover storage, I was making a note and missed part of what you said. There were 2 things going on there: reduced inflow later in the season and also greater water consumption.
Yes. With the higher temperatures, we see greater demands. Yeah.
Right. Just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Just a comment. From what we showed is a fraction of the work that we have. And yeah, definitely Tim and Brian and others, we could do a half-day workshop just on the work we have so far. And we're more than willing to meet with you offline and go further into details for sure. There is lots and lots of information, and there's lots more still coming. Just want to make that comment.
Okay, thank you. I mean, from my point of view, one step would be just sending some of the raw material to staff that they can distribute for those of us who want to start looking into it and educate ourselves before we ask more questions.
Okay, yeah, we'll look into that.
Thank you.
I guess, Bill, I have one of the operations that was shown, like for 1942, for instance, was totally unrealistic. I've never seen where the reservoir would come in and follow the allowable storage line from the 1st of October down and all the way across the bottom. That just doesn't ever happen in my experience. So I'm interested in looking a little deeper into some of these operational assumptions and so forth, but that can be done, later.
Okay, Yeah, we could meet you, yeah, to go over some of that.
David, you indicated that this method, or maybe it was Camiar, indicated this methodology is now being thought about for applying elsewhere in all watersheds, just to analyze these multi-sector impacts. Is that correct?
Yes, President Edgar, this is Kamiar.
Yeah.
Based on the findings that we've seen so far, both from the Merced watershed study and the Tuolumne watershed study, we feel that it provides substantive new information, both regarding climate vulnerability from a risk base, from a frequency that includes frequency, as well as showing how managing surface and groundwater together provides new potential and opportunities. We recognize that the San Joaquin Basin is of high interest to certainly the flood board, as well as from a groundwater management perspective and ecosystem management perspective. So we have put forward proposals to do similar studies in partnership with folks in the watershed. And one of the slides that David showed had all of the partners of the Merced study. And those would include all the major tributaries of the San Joaquin River Basin. And in concert, that information, we believe, would be head and shoulders better and above what we currently have to make decisions that are going to be very consequential with climate change. And what we believe is most of the existing information really underestimates the potential impacts of climate change to flood risk, groundwater, and ecosystem. Yeah, go ahead.
What are the other watersheds that are on your to-do list?
Yeah, so the one that we've got one that we potentially can start soon, the Calaveras River. And then we also have proposals for the Stanislaus, Upper San Joaquin, and Lower San Joaquin River. And the Lower San Joaquin would include some minor tributaries as well. So it would basically, once we complete all those studies, we believe it would be the underpinning of the San Joaquin Basin flood management strategy, as well as all of the groundwater sustainability plans and flood management plans in the basin.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else at this point? Mary Jane, you had the question?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. So in other basins, and I'm going to use Yuba County, for example, we already kind of do this work and have been for a long time through the Yuba County Water Agency. And so when I'm not familiar with other basins, I think that everybody should be doing this. And so it's interesting to hear the work that's being done down in the San Joaquin, because the water agency has been studying the groundwater for a long time, and also working in conjunction with the surface water, providing reliability to the farmers, to the environment, to water, availability for the customers, that are in Yuba County, and for the state of California, because we deliver a lot of water from Yuba County to the Bay Areas of Southern California that are needed. And so, balancing all of these different objectives, has given Yuba County a lot of experience on making sure that we have a reliable system, and especially when it comes to flood control. The forecasted operations, they've been very involved with that, about releasing, when we have a lot of water in the reservoirs, releasing at a timely events, you know, when Oroville or Shasta is releasing. So looking at, you know, another area like that, have you worked with them to look to see what kind of, you know, benefits that they have learned through this study and how it could be maybe used in the San Joaquin area?
Good question. Thank you, Board Member Griego. Absolutely. So we're in our 3rd+ year of looking at flood managed aquifer recharge and watershed studies. And in putting that work together, we've reached out to stakeholders throughout the valley and the Central Coast, basically anywhere people are interested to do this work, also Sonoma. So we're not suggesting that others have not looked at these various strategies. What we believe or understand is that this integrated headwater to groundwater approach for looking at climate vulnerability and adaptation evaluation has not been done this way. And so as a case in point, a number of entities are looking at forecast informed reservoir operation. Yet when we talk with them, we say, well, have you considered how connecting that to groundwater recharge might change? And they said they haven't looked at that yet. And that's the potential, is by connecting surface and groundwater management together and having tools that can actually quantify what that would be. You can do more FERO with groundwater recharge than without it. So it's about managing a watershed the way nature intended it. And unfortunately, our institutions and the way we've sliced and diced our water sectors, our water sectors have sliced and diced the way the water cycle and the watershed wants to work, and I include groundwater as part of the watershed, has disconnected some of those opportunities. And by co-managing flood, water, ecosystem, and having analytical tools that can actually help in that regard is key, especially with climate extremes. And the other benefit of doing this, for instance, in the Merced, the tool platform, the modeling platform that we have developed, we've turned it over to the Merced Irrigation District and their partners. So they will have it to do many of those other what ifs that some of the board's questions went to. What if we look at floodplain corridor management? All of those can be evaluated quantitatively with and without climate change using this approach.
Thank you, Kamiar. Anybody else?
President Edgar, this is Hisham Attel from Merced Irrigation District. If I may add a couple of things.
Of course.
Good morning, board. This work with DWR has been a great pleasure for us at Merced Irrigation District. It has been a back and forth technical exercise where MID has an existing ongoing effort called MID H2O, hydrology and hydraulic optimization, where we as a conjunctive use district, we always try to expand and extend the water supply plus all the other requirements that the district has to do, including flood control and river management. So the point that I want to make is that the district has been a conjunctive use district for 100 years. The district has 240 wells where we use appropriative water, groundwater, in dry years and so on. And my job as an operator of New Exchequer Reservoir and the groundwater is to kind of always strike a balance. The interesting thing in this study that and that's why we have been very excited about the study, is looking into the climate change and combining that with FIRO. So looking into the future, showing what are the potentials of what could happen if the climate change changes. The other thing that we have is, given sigma and given these, as the UC said, Dr. Conklin always tells me that the climate change is not necessarily you're going to go one way or the other. The climate change in many cases is getting to extreme conditions of extreme droughts and extreme floods. So, in the case of the extreme floods, that's where floodmar becomes extremely important. Now, in some cases, the flood reduction could be huge, especially when it comes to certain events, and where we could save the day. But the groundwater recharge is an extremely important portion. So I don't want you to look at the numbers. More, this is a proof of concept. Just look if you look at the mechanism of what would happen under certain exercises, more than the actual numbers that you're looking at. Because there are many things that we need to do as we are trying to actually put this forward. This is only a proof of concept. There's there's many agencies that have to play a role in this. If Merced Irrigation District is going to start taking into applying the results of this study, be it with the Army Corps of Engineers, be it with the State Water Resources Control Board, and with other agencies and your agency. So there's a lot of work that has to be done. Our job at this point is what is out there, and maybe the limit was showing the upper limit, and I could see that the Board Ramirez was looking at the numbers, but these are what is the maximum potential, what is out there, but things may not look there exactly that way as we apply it. But as part of the study, we had to look at what is the whole scope of what are the potential for us. And then, again, this is a continuous, the evolution of this will be going on and on and on as we have more information. For example, the groundwater numbers, to me, they are kind of low as far as deficit. I think deficit is higher, but that's not the point. The numbers are not what I'm looking at. I'm looking more at the potential and the proof of concept.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
President Edgar, it looks like Vice President Dolan has her hand raised. No. Okay.
No, I forgot to lower it from the other one, but as long as you did that, just let me prolong it a little bit and thank board members Johnson and Ramirez. I just associate with what you had to say, and this is complex, and I appreciate that you are looking to have a more deep dive on it. So I look forward to future information. And then I want to just reiterate what Board Member Grego said. I'm in the Sacramento Valley. We've been doing conjunctive use. We have utilized the Northern Region Office of DWR for decades to understand the interchange between our streams and rivers and groundwater and how to recharge that so we can have a balance. But clearly, the Sacramento Basin and the San Joaquin Basin are so different. And the energy and level from Sacramento certainly has been intense because we're the water provider. And San Joaquin is, to say it's complex is probably to give it too small of a description of that valley. So the need there is extraordinary. So hopefully this can assist. And I think my only question, and it's rhetoric, don't answer it yet. Where are you going to put this floodwater you're diverting?
So on the floodmar, the whole strategy is based on working with farmers during the winter months to spread the water onto ag lands. Now, this has been done for the last 20, 30 years, and farmers are doing that, but they're doing it when the opportunity presents itself. They're near a flood bypass or channel, and they were willing to take the risk to do this. And they have now demonstrated that not only can you do this through with annual crops where you would delay or forego planting for a year, but you can do it on certain vines and orchards without diminishing their productivity. So part of Floodmar is working with the landowners on this topic. As part of this modeling approach, we actually we have included a groundwater optimization tool that Sustainable Conservation and Earth Genome have developed called the GRAT tool. And it is what takes into account what are the crops, how much water could they take at what time of the year, and that's what schedules the diversions for the Floodmar operations. And then that information is then passed off onto the groundwater models to determine what happens to that recharge water. And we didn't have time to present it, but we can show you the percentage of the recharge water that stays within a basin, moves to an adjacent basin, and or moves to an adjacent channel to increase the base flows. So to Tim's point, while we often are now talking about the flood events, part of groundwater recharge over time, and if you're putting 120,000 acre feet per year over 100 years into a groundwater basin, you are going to increase its level and you're going to have more accretion into the base flow of the adjacent streams and rivers. And that is beneficial to the aquatic habitat.
Thank you very much, Kamiar. Anybody else?
There's
Okay.
a Jay Fredrickson with his hand raised, or her hand raised.
Okay.
That would be Justin.
Good morning. Yep, that would be Justin. Hi, Jane. Good morning, everybody. Kamiar, I'm a big fan. I love this study, and I wish I'm happy to hear that there are plans to do more studies like it in other watersheds that make sense down on the San Joaquin side in particular. And I'm interested in knowing how we can make that happen faster, because I think that a year like this year is a reminder of why we have no time to waste, and strategies like this that are multi-benefit, that have pretty clearly potential benefits, at least across the board, are things that make absolute sense to do. And so how can we move more of these kinds of studies forward sooner, and get it to actually beyond just studies, but actually towards concrete actions, and no regret, starting with no regrets actions. So how do we identify what those no regrets actions are early on, start to do those things incrementally, and then as some of the uncertainty narrows over time, maybe scale it up. But if it's necessary to put in a lower penstock or spillway on a reservoir, just to have greater flexibility to be able to respond to things as they come over time, how do we get to that point? And also, I'm guessing part of the answer to that is money. So does the DWR have money to do more of these studies, and also to get money to the local entities like the Merced Irrigation District and the GSAs in these areas who are dealing with SGMA to work through all of these problems and start to identify actual actions that can move forward as quickly and agilely as possible?
So this Kamiar, the water resilience portfolio has an action that recommends doing climate vulnerability assessments and adaptation evaluations at a watershed scale throughout California. And DWR is part of the implementation of that action. And we're working with the administration to try to get the resources that would be needed to do more of these watershed studies throughout the Central Valley, the Central Coast, and other areas that could benefit from this co-managed, co-sector watershed approach.
Thank you, Kamiar. Unless there's major objections, I'm going to cut it off now. Obviously, this was an excellent presentation. We're happy to receive it and look forward to further presentations. And if a workshop on this subject is possible, Kamiar, maybe you can talk to Leslie and we can do something like that too. That would be
Absolutely. We're
good.
open to that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We're way past the break time, so we're going to recess this meeting for 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
Butte County's here.
Hello, everybody. We're back in session at this point. We're on item 9D. This is the proposal on the flood maintenance budgets. And I'll turn this over to Eric McGrath, who's going to do the presentation for Department of DWR, unless Steve, you have anything to say about this.
Just to note that Eric McGrath is the chief of the technical support section in the flood maintenance office, which is in the Division of Flood Management. So take it away, Eric.
Well, thank you, Steve. I'll wait a second here for the slides to come up. All right, looks like we're all set. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, good.
Great. Good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. As mentioned, my name is Eric McGrath. I'm a senior engineer in the DWR Flood Maintenance Office, and I'm presenting this action item to adopt the fiscal year 2021-22 maintenance area budgets on behalf of Mark List, who's not available today. Next slide, please. The Department of Water Resources is responsible for the operations and maintenance of maintenance areas per Water Code 12878. This authority requires the department to maintain and operate state federal project works that no other LMA has provided assurances to do so. The O&M costs are budgeted annually and adopted in this public forum. The costs are reimbursed to the department through county tax assessments. DWR has this responsibility currently for 10 maintenance areas for a total of about 150 miles of levees. Next slide, please. DWR has two maintenance yards. One is in West Sacramento and one is in Sutter. There are two maintenance areas in the Sacramento region as seen on this slide, MA4 and MA9, and it consists of a mix of rural and urban levees. Next slide, please. And in the Sutter region, DWR has 8 maintenance areas, most of which are rural and spread over a large geographical area. Next, I'll go through the budget for each maintenance area separately. Next slide, please. This slide is presented to show how much each maintenance area is anticipated to expend this fiscal year, next to the amount budgeted for next fiscal year for each MA as proposed. Next slide, please. And this slide is presented to illustrate the percentage of each MA in relation to the overall MA budget. As you can see there, MA9 is a significant portion of it. Next slide, please. So in maintenance area 1, it consists of about 16.8 miles of levee along the west side of the Sacramento River near Colusa. And the proposed budget for this maintenance area is $320,000. Next slide, please. The maintenance area 3 consists of about 5.1 miles of levee along the west levee of the Feather River near Sutter Bypass. The proposed budget for this maintenance area is $86,000. Next slide, please. Maintenance area 4 consists of 3.6 miles of levee along the right bank of the Sacramento River in West Sacramento. The proposed budget for this MA is $147,240. Next slide, please. Maintenance area 5 consists of 32.7 miles of levee along Butte Creek, including the Little Chico Creek Channel near Chico. The proposed budget for this maintenance area is $447,357. Next slide, please. Maintenance area 7 consists of 11.9 miles of levee along the west levee of the Feather River below Oroville. And the proposed budget for this maintenance area is $148,000. Next slide. Maintenance Area 9 consists of 19.5 miles of levee along the east levee of the Sacramento River in Sacramento. The proposed budget for this maintenance area is $1,650,600. Next slide, please. Maintenance Area 12 consists of 11.4 miles of levee along the Colusa Basin drain near Knight's Landing. The proposed budget for this maintenance area is $125,000. Next slide, please. Maintenance Area 13 consists of 40.1 miles of levee along the Cherokee Canal near Richville. The proposed budget for this maintenance area is $261,500. Next slide, please. Maintenance Area 16 consists of 4.1 miles of levee along the west levee of the Feather River near Live Oak. The proposed budget for this maintenance area is $96,000. Next slide. And Maintenance Area 17 consists of 3.9 miles of levee along Middle Creek at Clear Lake. The proposed budget for this maintenance area is $122,500. Next slide, please. So each maintenance area budget has a line item for job categories that are consistent amongst each MA. This chart shows how much of the total budget is associated with each job category, such as vegetation control, erosion control, patrolling, and inspections and such. The 2020 actual expenditures are projected to be slightly less than budgeted, and that's mostly due to this past winter being on the dry side, so there was less patrolling and erosion repairs than what we originally estimated. Next slide, please. So at this time, DWR is requesting the Central Valley Flood Protection Board to adopt the fiscal year 2021-22 maintenance area budgets as presented, pursuant to Water Code 12878. DWR has provided the annual cost estimate, has provided notice to the hearing, and is requesting the board to adopt the proposed budget as presented. Next slide, please. This slide shows the applicable water code that we're under the authority of today and the process that we're discussing. Next slide, please. Well, I thank you for your consideration, and if there's any questions related to this action request, take them now. Thank you.
Eric, this is Bill Edgar. We talked a little bit about this morning, and last month with Mark, and the issue comes up as to whether this represents full cost recovery for the state. And the answer was no, because only the direct costs, so to speak, I guess, were being applied. And I'm estimating, and I don't know whether Mark would agree with this or not, but I would estimate if the state were to be requested to provide full cost recovery for these areas, it'd be probably a third more in each budget. Would you agree with that?
Well, I appreciate that question, and I think we can discuss that further at a later time. Maintenance areas are treated the same as any other local maintaining agency. The cost to conduct the annual O&M is budgeted annually. The work is done, and it's built through the counties. It's a fully burdened rate for all work that goes into that maintenance area. Repair work and things that are above and beyond O&M can't really be planned into long-term budgets because we don't have a means and method to hold on to budget surplus. But they are fully burdened rates, and the costs are fully recovered for all work done in those MAs.
Well, here's the policy issue, Eric, and the ones that, as you know, some of the areas, particularly the AFCAs, are being asked to, conduct Proposition 218 elections to provide for flood maintenance areas. And the question is, can it be done cheaper locally, or can it be done cheaper at the state level? And the only thing they have to compare with it, for example, are the maintenance costs in these maintenance areas pursuant to their budgets. And if those are not full cost recovered, then their comparison is not correct. And so we need to get to the bottom of this, and so that the locals can at least have a comparison to make before they go to an election.
Yeah, and I realize this is something that's been brought up before, and we need to discuss further in the future. But today we're prepared to answer the questions regarding the MA budgets as presented, and we'll be happy to discuss this further with you and board staff at another venue.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. I think Chris Williams is doing some work on this issue, and we'll try to align this issue later on. But my understanding is that the code requires that these maintenance areas be fully cost recovered. Is that what you understand the law to be?
I do. I understand that they are fully cost recovered as well.
Okay. Well, that's not what Mark said last month. He said you can't compare it to if they were, assume the cost of a maintenance area, that would be the total cost. But anyway. Okay, any other questions on that? Yeah, Jane?
I noticed that the majority of these maintenance area budgets are identical to the prior year. Do I understand? I have a few questions. Do I understand that that's because the dry winter and anticipation of not needing to do a lot of work because there's not going to be flooding?
Well, last year's estimates are a little above what we actually anticipate expending through the rest of this fiscal year. And this year's, the budget for the proposed upcoming year is very similar, if not the same, as last year's budget. So if it's a similar winter or a little wetter, the estimate will be spot on. But we make our best estimate based on years and years of experience on what we expect to expend in the future year.
Okay, thank you. I have this question, and maybe we just need to look at these maintenance area responsibilities and duties in terms of the 21st century and make changes if we need to. But how do the maintenance yards look at the inspection reports of these systems to determine what kind of maintenance needs to be done? We clearly know that there's a huge backlog of deferred maintenance, and if we can improve the annual maintenance, maybe we can begin to address some of that. But do you use inspection report information to develop the budget, or the categories of what you did last year?
Sure, thank you for that question, Gene. We do use the inspection reports. We conduct our own inspections as well, and we are involved in the LOI SWIFT process in all the MAs except for one. And we have all the issues that are documented and a plan to address them over time through the LOI SWIFT process to retain the PL 8499 eligibility.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Chair?
Yes. Yeah.
My question, this is the first time I'm going through this budget process here on the board. So I was curious, do the counties pay this maintenance cost and then bill the landowners, or how does that process work?
Good question, Mary Jane. And I don't have all the specifics for you at this time on how that process works, but the way I understand it is it's a reimbursable account with the state. So after charges are expended, we get reimbursed through the counties. The county collects the money through taxes.
Okay, okay. So it probably goes on their tax bill and they have to pay that.
It does. They have an assessment for the MAs that they're within.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Anybody else?
I have.
Oh, Board Member Countryman has his hand up, I believe.
Oh, okay.
If we have SWIFTs and letters of intent, it means we're aware that there's things that haven't been done that need to be done. Why are the bills? Why are we budgeting the same amount as last year? Shouldn't it be increased to be doing this work that needs to be done?
Well, great question, and you know, we've looked at what can be accomplished and done on an annual basis. And to be honest, a lot of these issues that are keeping us from having PL 8499 eligibility without the LOI SWIFT, a lot of those issues have to do with encroachments that take a long time to resolve. So it's not necessarily we can do everything in 1 year. It's planned out years and years, and it takes time to work through them.
Do you bring those plans before the board so we can see that there's an actual plan to take care of these items? Because I don't recall having that kind of presentation before.
Yeah, the board is the sponsor, and all LOI SWIFTs go through the board, through Eric Mao's section, and then he reviews them before they go on to the Army Corps of Engineers. So the board is involved in the process.
Right, but I mean in the budget, I don't remember seeing budget items saying this is to take care of this work that needs to be done that hasn't been done.
I'm sorry, I'm not following what the question is there. Are you
Well,
looking at
the SWIFT it's a planning document.
Yeah, and it does mention finances as well in the SWIFT, and discusses how, you know, funding can be raised if needed to deal with the issues.
Right, but what I'm getting at is why aren't we planning to do some of that work this coming year?
We are, and we have FMAP as to help assist us with funding some of the additions. The Flood Maintenance Assistance Program came online about 2 years ago, and we utilize that in all of our maintenance areas.
Oh, okay, so that's in addition to this budget that we're looking at today?
Correct.
Is that reimbursable also?
No, that's a state-funded program.
Okay.
Anything else? I think members of the board, this thing that we talked a little bit about this morning with Mary, Chris Williams is working on trying to align what we're going to be saying in the plan with these maintenance budgets, but it's clear to me that it doesn't include full cost recovery. There's some essentially state subsidies within each one of these that, you know, it's you know, the costs are the costs. They have to be recovered some way. And if a portion of it are being recovered by assessments, other portions being recovered by, as Eric said, FMAP programs and other programs and other costs that are not being charged, then you know, that's what it is. But it makes it very difficult for people at the local level who are trying to get a 218 passed if they don't have a comparison of what the state cost would be versus what it would be locally. And intuitively, I just I just believe that if this were done locally, it'd be a lot cheaper, to be honest. But any event.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that up again, Bill, and I'd be happy to talk with you and staff, at a later date to discuss that. I'm not sure where the information about it being subsidized came from, but
Well,
I'd like to resolve that.
Well, that's my term. I mean, if you aren't really recovering all the costs, then somebody has to pay it, and at this point, it's the state. I mean, it's nobody else paying it.
Yeah, I'm just not familiar with where you think subsidies are being implemented. I'm not aware of it, but like I said, we can discuss later and figure out if there's something going on there.
Well, it's probably in the indirect costs, I would think.
Well, Bill,
Yeah.
to Joe's question, where is the source of that funding for the additional work that's being done? It's not being collected locally, correct?
You mean the money that Chris Williams talks about? The
Correct.
source? Yeah, no, that's additional state funding.
I think what we're struggling with in part is, well, I appreciate this has to be acted upon annually. We're not really being presented with the entire picture at the same time. Right? We're hearing about different parts of it in different places. Maybe it would help to have it all at the same time together on the table so we can see everything, so that we have some context for this particular topic.
Probably a good time would be at the time Chris Williams has his report completed, that new engineering technical memo that's going to be talking about maintenance costs and deferred maintenance. And, once he has that done, we can have a better handle on what these real costs are.
I think that would help to have discussion then, so that we can have some of these questions answered. I think that would really help, see the landscape, not just one part of it they're talking about now.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Again, I'm going to state that this is my first time going through this process. And when I got my report and I saw that there was a budget that we have to take action on, but I didn't see any documentation about, how these expenditures, other than what we saw today in the presentation. And generally, when you approve a budget, you get the material in order to show how this money is being spent, even how it's being billed. I think that's part of the, part of your concern, Bill, is everything being charged and is everything being, paid through the assessment process. But we get no documentation in our staff report to see really how this process is going. So I'm a little taken back by this. The statute shows that the department has the authority to do this, and the board has the approval process in this. And I think in my mind, there is a disconnect here. Am I the only one that sees this?
No, I don't think so.
No, you're exactly right. We've been, it's struggle. We're to get this after April 1st, and the counties need it almost immediately for it to be on the property tax rolls.
Right.
So the timing does not allow this kind of analysis, and we ask a lot of questions and struggle, but haven't come to a resolution. Your observations are right on.
Yeah. Well, one thing that Eric said, don't forget, these are estimates. These are budget estimates. We never see the real numbers as they have been finalized, and they're finalized by the department after the costs come in and a list is prepared. That goes over to the county, put on the roll no later than August 15th, has to be on the roll by that date. And then it's the real costs are real reimbursements, as Eric pointed out, are placed on the roll and are paid by the individual assessees. And that's the way it works. But what you see before you are estimates. They're not actual costs.
It's a budget.
Yeah, like right, as any budget is. So anyway.
And Bill, just if we have a big flood year, the costs are always exceeding the budget.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And so then that has to be accounted for in the next assessment.
Yeah, the following year. Right.
Yeah.
Bill, this is Mike. Why can't we get the backup information, just like Mary Jane has asked, and just like Jane asked for earlier this week via email to all of us? That why is that such a problem for us to have a better documentation or historical record for this information? Oh, did I freeze?
Who's supposed to answer that?
First, I thought I froze, so at least I didn't freeze.
This is Eric McGrath again. I did want to mention we did submit a report back in March. If there's additional information required beyond that, we can work with you to develop that information. But we do provide a report in March that explains a lot of this. In addition, as mentioned, these are estimates. If we do have a very wet year and it requires a lot of patrolling or repairs and such, we are obligated to come back to the board if the budget will be 20% over what we originally budgeted. So there are times where we would have to go back to ask for additional money if this isn't sufficient to make it through the fiscal year.
Has that ever happened?
I personally do not know.
Yeah.
We can look into that.
Yeah, I don't remember that happening, but it could have, sure.
Bill, one thing I do know and remember is that we have had landowners come in and challenge the budget as being too expensive, and that we should, limit the amount that's in there. That has happened. So.
This is Jane. We've had landowners who've come in and indicated that they have not observed any action. Therefore, they're wondering why the budget is set with it as it is. And their property is right next to the levee. That's as I remember it. But a question to Eric McGrath, the information you transmitted in March, was that the budget that was received in March? Or was it some other extensive report that might have answered our questions that we have today?
I'm gonna have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure what that report was. I wasn't the author of that report.
This is Mitra Mommy.
Yeah.
Maybe I can answer that. This is Mitra Mommy. I'm the chief of the flood maintenance office. The report that was provided to the board is the MA budget as required by the water code. The specific questions that has been brought up in this meeting, that was not part of that report. It was just the budgets for the 10 MAs.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Money. That's what I thought. Thanks.
And this is Steve Rothard, and President Edgar and other board members. I will follow up with Eric and Mitra and Jeremy to talk through this issue in the interest of getting additional information. And I'm sure that we can provide additional information if it's required or requested by the board. within reason, of course. And I wonder if you might end up regretting what you asked for. I'm not sure. Anyway, we'll see. I'll follow up and we'll take a look at the information and we can talk about it going forward and see if more information would be of interest to the board.
Okay,
Through the
Steve,
chair.
my main concern here is that what we're going to say in the plan and what costs we're going to be talking about in the plan. These maintenance budgets ought to be in line with that study. And I think you're already doing that. You're already trying to put that together and align the maintenance budget costs with the costs in the plan update. That's one concern. Then the other concern is this dilemma that the local agencies are finding in developing a 218 election. And if they have a 218 election, the question that's being raised and is raised in any election is, okay, what are the options? And the options are you do it yourself or you have the state do it. But in order to have the state do it, you need to have the full, complete costs of what it would be, so that the voters and the local officials can look at it and determine, what message or what they're going to say in their 218 election. But those are the two main concerns. And as Eric said, these are policy issues. They're being worked on at this point. The costs are trying to be aligned, but those are the basic concerns. More than that, it's brought up today that we need, as Mary Jane and others and Tim indicated, that in order to really review these budgets, we ought to have more detail and go over what's being said here. And it is noticeable that most of the maintenance area budgets for next year, the estimates are by and large the same as last year. And so the question Joe has, if we got all this backlog and all these other maintenance projects to do, why aren't they included? And that's also a good question. So I think there's a lot of work here to do. Some we need to do to relate it to the plan. Some we need to do to give the locals a handle on what's happening. And the other is just more somehow involvement in the budget process of developing a budget for these maintenance areas, which I'm not sure is more than just a lineal or a CPI increase from last year, and not a lot more detailed than that. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Bill, this is Mitra again. Like Eric mentioned, we do have FMAP money, just like all the LMAs that can participate in that program, that we leverage to do additional work on the LMAs for deferred maintenance. So I just wanted to kind of point that out to keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And I'll add to that, Mitra, when there's erosion repairs or damage from storms, we utilize the same programs that the other LMAs utilize, such as FSRP, emergency rehab, and the like. So we try to be good stewards of the maintenance areas and the constituents behind them, and leverage other programs to the best of our ability.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
I move to approve the budgets.
Okay, moved by Countryman, seconded by
Dolan, I don't think we have a choice. So there you are.
moved by Countryman, seconded by Dolan, that the maintenance area budgets for the 2021-22 fiscal year be approved.
Discussion before we, can I
sure.
make a point?
Sure.
Okay, so
Yes.
I agree with you, Jane. And I agree with the motion that's been placed here because of all the reasons that have been stated through this discussion. But for me, as one board member, I feel like we've requested some information, and I would hope that there would be follow-up, and I would ask that our executive director, Leslie, make sure that that information got back to us. I just, when I'm asked to take action on a budget and I don't have that information in front of me, and I've been doing this for a long time. I mean, 16 years in local government, I've seen a lot of different budgets over the years. And I just feel like if we request this information, we should be given this information. So that's my, my input on this action item.
Okay, members, the motion's on the table to approve the maintenance area budgets for 2021-22, moved by Countryman, second by Dolan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Who's opposed? Okay.
President Egger, could we do a roll call vote on these items, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
Ryan, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Griego,
Yes.
Board Member Johnson,
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez,
Board Member Ramirez had to step out for a moment, Mr. President. He's absent for this vote.
Okay.
Board Member Valines,
I'm going to abstain.
Board Member Countryman,
Yes.
Vice President Dolan,
Unmute Vice President Dolan.
Yes, sorry.
and then President Edgar.
I'm an aye. Okay, that was five ayes, one absent, and one abstention.
Mr. President, I'm going to be certain that the comments expressed by the board and summarized by Board Member Griego about our request and need for information will be in the official minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. That's helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Jane.
Yeah, I guess it should have been done the last 5 years, but it will be this. We had a much longer conversation last time, and we're still asking the same questions.
Okay. Let's see, we're on to item 10, and there's 3 items under this one. The first item 10A, is the board staff is going to provide a briefing on the supplemental environmental assessment, environmental impact report on the American Rivers Common Features 2016 American River Contract 1 project to provide approximately 5,500 feet of bank protection along the American River. And Itzia Rivera will lead the presentation. Itzia, please.
Good afternoon, Board President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Itzia Rivera. I'm Board Environmental Staff. I'm here to introduce Wilbur Huang and Miles Claret, DWR Flood Projects Office staff, who have been working on behalf of the board and in coordination with board staff on the American River Watershed Common Features 2016 project. Wilbur will provide a brief overview of the overall ARCF 2016 project, and Miles will provide information on the American River Contract 1 project and the supplemental environmental assessment, environmental impact report prepared for the project and for which the board is the CEQA lead. And with that, I'll invite Wilbur and Miles to begin their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Itzia. President Eggert, Vice President Dolan, board members, Executive Officer Gallagher, and board staff. I'm Wilbur Wong. I'm DWR's project manager of the erosion project works for the board-sponsored ARCF 2016 project. And this is agenda item 10A. And it is an informational briefing. Please roll to the next slide, please. So just in short, this informational briefing would cover the ARCF water 2016 project, and we give you some of a background and cover what's within the American River Contract 1 erosion project, and also give you a CEQA update, and also lay out the next steps within the process. Next, please. So this map shows the overall project footprint area in 30,000 feet, and the project purpose is to reduce the risk of flooding to the greater Sacramento area. And that includes some of this Sacramento River levee improvement. I don't know, you can follow my cursor here along the pocket area, the small pocket, and all the way down to Freeport Bridge. And then also the project include American River, left bank, and mostly erosion work, and then right bank, that includes the Contract 1 area. And additionally, the project would include expansion of the Sacramento Weir in conjunction to the state-sponsored level Lower Elkhorn project levee expansion. And the last one is in the north areas. They call it Arcade Creek as well as the Map Pie Creek area. So the color in purple, I don't know, you can follow it real clearly, is the erosion, the stability and seepage work. And the yellow is the erosion works that will happen within the project. The north area that around the Arcade Creek, that project has been completed under the SAFECA and the state woofer project, and the Map Pie Creek and Sacramento Weir projects are in design right now. So next, please. So this project included project partners with Army Corps of Engineers, who are the project manager and engineering for the project. And the non-federal partners, including the board, who is the sponsor, and the DWR, and SAFECA. Next, please. So this slide just showing you some of the histories for the project, and the project was originally authorized in 1996, in Word of 96, and then reauthorized again in 1999. Some of the major milestones, such as the 2016 NEPA CEQA ROD and NOD was signed, and the project authorization for this portion that we're talking about here today, it was in 2016, and the project was substantially funded by the federal budget and the Bipartisan Budget Acts in 2018. And the board and the Corps and SAFECA reached the PPA and LPPA and signed it in 2019. And the construction that first kicked off was the Contract 1 in Sacramento River slurry wall that you are aware of, 2019. And now here we are today, 2021, we are authorizing a supplemental EIR for the project for contract erosion work on American River. So this is probably one of the 4 so far come to the boards for approval. That would happen next month. And the 2024 is our estimate dates for the project completion, and the project closeout probably won't happen until 2035. Next, please. Oh, I'm sorry, before you move on, we on the right of the slide shows the interactions that we have, information briefing that we provided at each of the major milestone, and we incorporate all the works with our board staff and coordinate with the board. Over. Next, yeah. So this one just give you a general sense of where we are for the project, some of the initial stage for Merced and RD17. They probably still in a very early stage of the soil work request, and the Woodland, we're just working with the board to reach the tentative selected plan. West Sacramento project that you might be familiar with. It's reaching the PED stage, doing pre-engineering for the work before the final reach to the PPA. So for this project, ARCF 2016, we are in the middle of the construction or early stage of the 5 years construction window that has been planned, along with other projects in the area such as Sabuvka Dam Race, Folsom Dam Race, Latomas, Marysville, and Sajevka. There's a lot of going on here. And move a page forward is the project that we are closing it out as the South Sac Stream and the Word 96 and 99, as well as the Joint Federal Project at Folsom. So going a full cycle, you can see that 2016 is just in the middle of this cycle here. Over. Next. So for the authorized project of 2016 award, covers some of this segments and mileage in the GRR report. Basically covered the north area in Arcade Creek, about 4 miles levee improvement, and seepage and slurry wall work on Sacramento River is about 9 miles. American River mostly is erosion work, estimate about 11 miles, and along with Sacramento River erosion work about 10 miles. And other than that, there's also levee stabilization work about 5 miles, levee raise of 5 miles in the GRR, and also the widening the Sacramento Weir and bypass 1,500 feet extension at the Sacramento Weir area. So the total budgets for the WADA 2016 is about $1.5 billion. And actually it should be, yeah, 1.5. And the risk reduction come with the major benefit to the project that would safeguard the flood risk of about 500,000 people. And that would be within this 125,000 structures in the Sacramento area, and total amount up to about 62 billion. So great benefits to the areas that this project is providing. Next, please. So I would turn it to Miles to cover the CEQA documents process. Over.
Hello, Board President Egger, members of the board. My name is Miles Claret, an environmental scientist with the Department of Water Resources, working in coordination with the board and the Army Corps on the American River Common Features Project. So I will give you an overview of what's been done to date on the CEQA process for the overall Common Features Project. And then I'll go into a little bit more information about specifically about the American River Contract 1 project, which is, as Wilbur described, is the first component of the erosion projects that is planned for construction. There's a potential to up to 4 additional, or I'm sorry, in total 4 contracts of erosion on the American River. So today we're just talking about the first component of that American River Contract 1. So the American River Watershed Common Features General Reevaluation Report, Final Environmental Impact Statement, Environmental Impact Report. This is a joint document that was prepared jointly by the board and the Army Corps. It was certified by the board in 2016, and this document covered all of the components of American River Common Features. And so notably, that covered the seepage and stability improvements on the Sacramento River, the erosion improvements on the American and the Sacramento Rivers, and also widening of the Sacramento Weir and bypass. And this document was certified, like I said, by the board in 2016 at a program level, meaning that there was an understanding that additional CEQA documentation analysis would be complete on a project by project basis. And so that's what we're here to talk about today. Next slide, please. So like I said, I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about the American River Contract 1 project, which is the first component of erosion on the American River. Next slide, please. So this is the American River Contract 1 project location. So the project is located on the left bank of the American River when your orientation is facing downstream. It's about 5,500 linear feet of bank protection. The downstream extent of the project, as you can see on the map on the right, is generally Glen Hall Park or the Paradise Beach area. And then the project goes upstream about 5,500 feet just past the 8th Street Bridge. Next slide, please. So like I said, the project is about 5,500 feet of erosion protection on the American River. The purpose of the project is to reduce the risk of levee failure caused by levee erosion that could occur during a high water event. So this area of the levee was determined to be susceptible to those high water events. And project construction specifically for American River Contract 1 is anticipated to begin in 2022. And tree removal to facilitate that start of construction in 2022 could occur as early as October of this year. Next slide, please. So here is a typical cross-section of the project. And just to orient you, the levee is on the left, and then the river would be on the right of the graphic. And so this is a pretty typical bank protection project. And so what we see here is, riprap, angular riprap rock protection that will be placed along the river bank in a portion of the levee where the levee section has been determined to be susceptible to erosion. And then also as part of the project design, we have included a planting bench. That's what you're seeing on the bottom right of the graphic. And this is essentially just a soil-filled area that will be planted with native riparian vegetation. And the purpose of this design feature is to provide on-site habitat to vegetation and wildlife. Next slide, please. This is another view of the project and specifically the planting bench. So imagine you're sitting in the river and you're looking at the levee, and so the river float would be flowing right. So this is, like I said, this is a little bit better view of the planting bench. There's a high side of the bench and a low side of the bench. And the purpose of that is just provide some habitat heterogeneity for different riparian plant species to benefit all types of fish and wildlife. Next slide, please. Also, as part of American River Contract 1, there are 3 off-site habitat mitigation sites that will be constructed. And these 3 sites are, so one of the sites is called Glen Hall Mitigation Site. This site is located, as the name suggests, near the Glen Hall Park on the left bank of the American River. It's just downstream of the erosion protection feature. And then there are 2 mitigation sites near Rio Americano High School on the right bank of the American River. And these sites will be planted with riparian vegetation to provide habitat mitigation for impacts associated with construction of not only American River Contract 1, but also of future erosion protection projects that will likely be implemented as part of the American River Common Features program. And just want to note that while this mitigation is going to definitely provide us some really good mitigation for the project, there's likely to be other mitigation that's implemented as part of the overall Common Features program. And before any of that is implemented, there would need to be additional CEQA analysis. And so the board would be briefed on those future actions. Next slide, please. Following the requirements of CEQA, the DWR in coordination with the board and the Army Corps have prepared a draft supplemental environmental assessment, environmental impact report. So this is a joint NEPA CEQA document. The document analyzes the potential environmental impacts of constructing the American River Contract 1 project and the 3 associated mitigation sites that I just described. The document includes a series of avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures to reduce the potentially significant environmental effects of the project to a less than significant level. However, there still are, the analysis determined that there are still significant and unavoidable impacts of the project that cannot be feasibly mitigated to less than significant levels. And just want to make clear that those significant and unavoidable impacts of this project are consistent and no greater than what was described in the 2016 EIS-EIR. Next slide, please. So here's a little bit more about the potentially significant and unavoidable environmental impacts of the project. So I'll just go through these here. So the first one is to visual resources, and this is a short-term impact that's associated with just the duration of construction. So this would be due to the presence of construction equipment and facility closures that would occur along the portion of the levee where construction is occurring. And then the second one would be to vegetation and wildlife. This is due to the tree removal that must occur to facilitate construction of the project. And the unavoidable impact here is in the short term. So we are providing off-site and on-site habitat mitigation that will reduce this impact over the long term, but there is still determined to be a short-term impact due to all of that vegetation removal. And then the third one is recreation. Oh, sorry, one more. So the third one is recreation. This is due to mostly due to the facility closures and would only last during the duration of construction. And then the fourth one and the last one is to transportation and circulation. So this is really just due to the substantial increase in hauling and truck traffic that's associated with construction of the project in the neighborhoods and on the highways, that will be used to get all of the equipment and materials to the project area. And then again, just to make clear that these impacts are consistent with what was described in the 2016 EIS-EIR. Next slide, please. So talk about a little bit about public involvement specific to the supplemental document. So public circulation of the document we underwent a 45-day public review period. That review period started on June 5th of 2020 and lasted until July 20th of 2020. There was a virtual public meeting for the project that was held on June 15th, 2020. And the virtual public meeting really gave a presentation about the project and informed members of the public and interested stakeholders on how they could provide their comments on the CEQA document. And we did receive comments from various state and local agencies, as well as interested stakeholders and members of the public. And then all of those comments will receive consideration and responses as we prepare the final supplemental EA-EIR. Next slide, please. So just a little bit specific to CEQA. So as we prepare the final document, we are also preparing a findings document that documents the significant and unavoidable impacts of the project. And again, those are to visual resources, vegetation and wildlife, recreation, and transportation and circulation. And as part of that, we're also preparing a statement of overriding considerations, which describes why the benefits of the project outweigh the significant and unavoidable impacts that are in the findings document. And then lastly, we're also preparing a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which will detail all of the mitigation measures that are associated with the project and identify who the responsible agency is for implementing those mitigation measures. Next slide, please. So we are here for an informational, but this is in anticipation of a future board action. And then we're anticipating this action on the May 28th meeting of this year, so next month. And the action would be to consider adoption of a resolution that would certify the final supplemental EA-EIR for American River Contract 1. It would also adopt the statement of findings, adopt the statement of overriding considerations, adopt the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program, and lastly, approve the American River Contract 1 project. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is just a slide to show the next steps here. I think this is mostly summarizing what we've already gone over. And so, yeah, so on the May 2021 board meeting, we are anticipating bringing this as an action item for the board to certify the CEQA document and adopt all of those lead agency documents and ultimately approve the project. And then after that CEQA approval, the next step would be doing tree removal, which could begin as early as October of 2021. And the goal would be to finish that tree removal by the end of February of 2022. And the reason we target that time specifically to remove trees is to avoid any nesting birds in those trees. And then construction start is anticipated in April of 2022. And we are only anticipating one construction season for the levee improvements that are described in American River Contract 1. Next slide, please. And with that, Wilbur and I are glad to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miles. Any questions from the board? Okay, action will be taken.
Question for Wilbur.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Joe.
You said that the work was going to be completed in 24 and the closeout was 34. Is that right?
Yeah, it's gonna take some time after 2024 to do the mitigations, monitoring, and monitoring management. So it usually takes 5 to 10 years to complete those actions.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, questions, or this matter is going to be addressed for action at our May 26th meeting. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, let's move on to item 10.
Thank you.
10B, and under 10B, Angelis Kalisko, Chief of the Board's enforcement action, is going to provide an informational briefing to the board regarding the board's enforcement process, and will include the board's authority, prioritization, current practices, and achievements. We felt that this needed to be presented to the board because in our recent enforcement actions, there didn't seem to be a clear understanding of what the board's authorities and current practices and prioritization were. So we'll try and get through this, but we think this is important for particularly the new members, Brian and Mary Jane. Angelis Kalisko.
Mr. President, if I may, I apologize. Angeles has a computer problem and is unable to log in at the moment. We could either give her a moment, she's trying to get back up, or if it pleased the board, we could move this item back behind and move on to C, if you prefer.
We share in that frustration at times.
I apologize for that. She's working remotely today. I may have seen her log on. Angeles, are you here? Are you back?
Doesn't sound like it. Let's move to item C, which is Ruth Darling's presentation, as well as representatives from RD 108, Butte County, and RD 1500. And they're going to start a process that we've asked to be presented to the full board, and that is a informational briefing regarding each of the RFMPs that you've heard from Mary and other presenters. So we'll start off with Ruth Darling, please.
Good afternoon, President Edgar and members of the board. I don't have much to say on this item. I'm just introducing the mid-upper Sacramento region RFMP representatives, including Megan Nagy, Brad Matson, and Radley Ott. So Kim Floyd and myself are working with the other RFMPs to schedule these presentations out over the next 6 months. So as President Edgar had mentioned, you will see one of these presentations each month until September of this year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Megan Nagy. Megan?
Thanks, Ruth. Good afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board. My name is Megan Nagy. I am the Deputy Manager for Flood Control with Reclamation District 108. Go ahead and next slide. So the Mid and Upper Sacramento River region, it's a 7-county region bounded in the south by Yolo County and the north by Tehama. We're an extremely large rural region, about 640,000 acres, including 7 counties. This also includes the city of Chico, the largest population center in the north. As I said, it's mostly a rural area. 93% of our area is non-urban. And it's a very rich farmland. So 70% of the Mid and Upper Sac region is considered prime and statewide important farmland. Next. As I said, I'm Deputy Manager with RD 108. RD 108 is the lead for the grant. So we hold the grant on behalf of the region. Our region's directed by an informal steering committee, and we meet virtually monthly. And it consists of county representatives, city, local maintaining agencies, and board members Dolan and Johnson also participate with us. And we are supported by a consultant team led by KSN. Next slide. So in 2014, the Regional Flood Management Plan was developed with a set of priorities. And so I'll run through those priorities with you and then talk about what accomplishments we've made and where we'd like to go in the future. So in 2014, we identified one of our top priorities as providing 100-year level of protection for the small communities. We also realized the need to improve our regional flood emergency preparedness to create something that was sustainable, more regional, and integrated. And I will talk a little bit about the accomplishments there too. Our urban centers, we wanted to provide a 200-year level of protection. Next slide. We also recognize the need to look at governance and to establish governance frameworks for the regional planning and implementation activities. SWIFTs are also up there, developing system-wide improvement frameworks to regain PL 8499 rehabilitation assistance and eligibility for the Mid and Upper Sac levee systems. And comprehensive bypass management plan. The Sutter bypass is critical to the flood management of our region, and developing a comprehensive multi-benefit plan for that area has been top of the list. So next slide. So some accomplishments on those topics. The Small Communities Program, again, we're looking to provide 100-year level of protection for our small communities, which are vital to the rural area that we have. We have 12 small communities within the region. That's the largest grouping within the 6 planning areas. For feasibility studies, we've completed 11 or initiated 11 of those communities. And we've taken one of those communities from the feasibility phase to the design, permitting, and real estate acquisition phase. So the community of Grimes, we currently are executing a grant that will complete those activities. And we're excited to, Sacramento River Westside Levee District is the grant recipient there. And we're excited to move that project forward. This has also allowed us to utilize that study information and the state grant for design and permitting to apply for federal grants. And so River Westside Levee District also submitted 2 different grants for FEMA funding. We've yet to heard if we'll get those, but it has given us an opportunity to try to seek that funds. Next slide. So regional flood planning. This has been a huge accomplishment. And if you haven't ever seen the just-in-time training that was developed, there's a website there on the slide that's definitely worth a shot. I came to RD 108 and my other two districts in January of 2017 as the forecasts were coming in for the big storms. I did not know my area. I didn't know the people within my area or all of the facilities. I understood flood, but my specifics I didn't. I was able to come in, pull out all of these plans, and we executed a successful flood fight with this. And I felt these plans made me feel particularly confident. We use this just-in-time training to bring in volunteers from our farms, local farms, and provide them training to help us as volunteers for flood fighting that winter. And we've used them subsequent years to train more landowners and more folks. It's invaluable and it's available for everybody. So as part of this, there's planning, there's unified commands, there's evacuation maps. The region has flood fight containers for each of the LMAs, as well as regional stockpiles of rock and additional containers to support those LMAs. So this has been a huge accomplishment for our region. Next slide. System-wide improvement frameworks. Within our region, there's 24 federally authorized systems. Eligibility has been regained for 6. 10 are on their way. And 2017 and 2019 showed us how important this actually is. Our region has been able to leverage over $50 million worth of federal funding for repairs from the flood events. So this includes construction that's ongoing this summer. Sacramento River Westside Levee District's last 3 sites will get fixed this summer, which one of them includes a setback levee and the rest are seepage berms. And these are significant problems within our area that are going to get resolved with 100% federal funding. Next slide. The Regional Conservation Investment Strategy. The Mid-Upper Sacramento region realized the importance of being able to use our farmland and to recognize our farm working lands as a way to benefit the diversity in the ecosystem. And so a way to access that was to develop a regional conservation investment strategy. And we are proud to say that we just were approved at the beginning of this calendar year. So our RCIS is officially approved. And now we can move on to identifying areas to do mitigation credits and habitat enhancements. And we also worked with the Feather River region. This RCIS includes parts of Colusa and Sutter County. And so we went the whole way over to the Feather River. So it's not just our region, it was 2 regions coming together to put this together. And we're looking forward to testing it out and seeing how we can use this within our area. Next slide. And I'm going to hand this off to Brad Matson, who is the lead for our comprehensive bypass management planning.
Thanks, Megan. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I just want to first of all say thanks to Megan and also our consultant team led by Barry O'Regan for what they do for the RFMP and our region. So thank you to them. They spend countless hours working on stuff that a lot of us otherwise have no idea they do behind the scenes. So thanks to both of them for all they do. I'll start off. I'm Brad Matson. I'm the manager at RD 1500. I'm leading the Cedar and Tisdale bypass flood and multi-benefit strategy and management plan on behalf of RD 1500. Funding is being provided by DWR through the Mid and Upper Sacramento RFMP, and we're engaged with DWR and board staff in developing this plan. We're also engaging the stakeholders, including state and federal resource agencies, as well as the NGOs. And a priority for me, RD 1500 and the RFMP will be working with landowners to get their input on what is important to them for their farmlands and their properties. Next slide, please. Development of this management plan was one of the priority recommendations of the 2014 Regional Flood Management Plan, because the RFMP recognized the need to improve the bypass flood function. That's quite a tongue twister, so I encourage everybody to say that 3 times, and it makes it pretty fun. The management plan will include evaluation of potential management and implementation actions that integrate flood management, agricultural sustainability, and habitat enhancement. This is a landscape approach to multi-benefit project implementation, under which individual single-purpose actions can occur under the umbrella of the larger landscape level multi-benefit plan. We believe this approach is the path forward to capturing and prioritizing the investments needed to implement the conservation strategy and the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Next slide, please. Improved flood function is the bypass is the plan's priority. We have some pretty significant areas along the bypasses that are in need of some pretty significant work. And so the flood function of the bypass is critical to that, especially with some of the different things happening with the bypass. And the goal of this plan will help prioritize and guide flood risk reduction investments within our bypass system. And we need capital investments now, not 10, 20, 30 years from now, but now in the bypass to address critical levee deficiencies. And we also need a funded long-term sustainable O&M program for the bypass. As I said before, there's many areas that need attention, and we just need some help getting there. Next slide, please. This plan will recognize the current land uses and desire for maintaining ag production and private wetlands, while also identifying potential flood and habitat improvement opportunities. We recognize that there are a lot of other activities taking place in the bypass and the region, and we will work to integrate the management plan with these ongoing efforts. We hope that we can be the clearinghouse for all these different activities that are occurring, and the information sharing hub for what's there, so that you all can keep up on the various efforts. Next slide. As part of this plan, we will develop hydraulic modeling tools to help landowners understand potential impacts to their property. These tools will build upon DWR's Tisdale Weir Notch work and will help us evaluate the effectiveness potential actions as they relate to flood and habitat function. If you look on the right, there's some really cool tools that we're working on developing, and I think it's going to be helpful to everybody involved to see how this is going to function. Next slide, please. This is just our schedule. We are now developing a plan with the goal of being complete by early next year, and we look forward to the opportunity to present the final plan to the board at that time. And that's all I have for now. And now Radley Ott from the city of Chico will take over, from Butte County will take over now to
Actually, Brad, it's gonna be me. I pick up here, and then we'll hand it off. Brad.
It's Megan. It's one of those behind the scenes things again. So thanks, Megan.
That's fine. Thanks, Brad. Appreciate all of his leadership over in the Sutter bypass. The relationship he has with landowners makes his involvement in that invaluable, and hopefully we have, in the next several years, we'll be back talking about all the accomplishments we've made there. And as we progress through all of this, we obviously recognize more challenges and opportunities. And so we've been working with the department to identify those to be included in the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update. Next slide. So I mentioned earlier, one of the goals was to provide 100-year level of flood protection for small communities. And we're making great progress with the development of the feasibility studies. But as we finish those and we need to move on to implementation, we definitely have some challenges that we need to overcome. Many of these small communities are disadvantaged communities. But the way that disadvantaged communities are identified on the census block basis often includes areas well outside of the communities, and the calculation actually kicks them out of that classification, and that has posed a significant challenge for funding these projects. The communities have limited resources, obviously. These small communities don't have a lot of folks. So to independently implement those studies is difficult for them. And one of those resources is funds. So a lot of small communities can't provide the local cost share, which ultimately limits them reaching for federal funding to supplement any state funding that might be available. Next slide. So some recommendations to help these small communities. So funding earmarks, so including these projects specifically for future infrastructure bonds, so they're not having to compete for or develop the applications to compete for future funding. And revising the definition of the disadvantaged communities, providing a different way to better reflect the true communities and not the census block data. Eliminating the local cost share for the disadvantaged communities with state assistance, that is key. And also the state could help assisting small communities pursuing federal grants or even some other state grants. And so helping them prepare the grant applications, doing cost benefit analysis. And one of the huge impediments is cash flow. A lot of these grants don't allow for advances. And so for a small community to cash flow a project, especially a construction project, is extremely difficult. So those are the types of assistance that these communities could use in moving on to the next step. Next slide, please. Challenges in implementing SWIFT's encroachments. I think that's our #1 deficiency in many of these systems is encroachments. And there is simply a lack of funding and authority for the local districts to enforce the permit conditions. So it makes it really challenging for the LMAs to address these deficiencies. The Sacramento SAC Bank, which is the Sacramento Bank Protection Project that the Army Corps of Engineers administers, has determined that many of the basins within the Mid and Upper Sacramento region are not economically justified. So that leaves us with no opportunity for federal funding for erosion repairs. And all of those erosion repairs identified in our inspection reports then fall back to having to be funded by state and locals. Permitting is another huge challenge. Environmental review, permitting, and mitigation costs make it extremely challenging to take on and implement the projects. And associated with that, multi-benefit projects, a lot of the projects or the available funding that we have right now are all tied to multi-benefit. But once those multi-benefit projects are installed, there is a lack of funding for maintenance of those multi-benefit features. So, and FMAP, I have to say FMAP has been a fabulous program. It has allowed us to do so much and make so much progress on our SWIFTs. But there is a fear of how long will that funding be around and how long is that available to us? Next slide. So, you know, obviously on that the note of FMAP, we'd love to continue and expand the ability to use FMAP, FSRP, the deferred maintenance program to support SWIFT implementation. Another recommendation is to revise the state grant guidelines to remove the 50% cap for CEQA and NEPA efforts, or waiving permitting fees. A reduction in mitigation ratios for flood risk reduction projects that incorporate multi-benefit elements would also help get these projects moved along. And consideration of state funding for long-term maintenance of the multi-benefit features. Those multi-benefit features benefit more a much broader population than the local maintaining agencies, yet the burden of maintenance of those right now would fall with those agencies. So providing a funding source that recognizes that broader benefit would be huge. Continued leadership and support from your board to enforce permit conditions and corrective actions. I mean, I do have to give kudos to Angeles and her team. When I've had enforcement issues that have come up in my district, they have did quickly and swiftly and taken care of it. But as you know, we have a huge backlog of encroachments, and it's going to take a lot of effort over many years to correct these encroachments. And working with the Corps to revisit the decision to split the Sac Bank areas into individual basins. When they made that decision to not look at on a regional basis, but individual basin basis, it really hurt the rural areas in providing federal funding for erosion repairs. Next slide. A challenge as far as state maintenance areas, and this kind of goes to a previous item that you heard earlier today. A significant portion of our region are levees maintained by the state. So right now, the states really don't have a good mechanism to fund planning, designing, construction of multi-year capital improvement projects. And that leaves small communities without flood management agency overseeing needed improvements. In our region, 30% of our levee miles are maintained by state maintenance areas. Next slide. So some recommendations there. You know, we'd love for the state maintenance areas to develop multi-year capital improvement plans to advance these bigger projects with planning, design, and construction of capital improvement projects, and develop a multi-year funding mechanism to implement those. We do recognize that that may require legislative changes. The way they are funded, I think Eric brought this up, they're not able to carry over funding from year to year, and that makes these larger projects difficult for them. So how can we help support that? Communities, we figured this out when we were doing some small community feasibility studies in Colusa County. The community of Princeton is 100% within a local state maintenance area, and the city of Colusa is split, a maintenance area, technically two maintenance areas, and the Sacramento River West Side Levee District. And so they're in need of a management agency to look at these capital improvements if the state maintenance areas can't take the lead there. And this is needed for FEMA accreditation and climate change resiliency. Next slide. And this is where we will hand it off to Radley from Butte County to talk about the challenges. Obviously, fires have been a big problem within our area.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Thanks, Brad. My name is Radley. I'm the Assistant Director for Public Works in Butte County. Can everyone hear me okay?
Sure.
Awesome, thank you. Thanks, board, for hearing us. I know it's been long at the end of a kind of a long board meeting, so I'll try and be quick. We've got a couple slides here. It's kind of no secret here. Butte County's been kind of recovering from 2 large-scale wildfires. Obviously, the Camp Fire in 2018 and the North Complex here last fall. Some of the challenges here, really the Camp Fire, it was tributary to 3 watersheds in our region. Butte Creek, Cherokee Canal. Butte Creek is within Maintenance Area 5, as we heard earlier in today's board meeting. Cherokee Canal is Maintenance Area 13, and Feather River, which is tributary to Lake Oroville. The North Complex fire is really in the Feather River area, but the scale and magnitude and impact of that watershed is pretty darn noteworthy. I just want to highlight that's going to have some impacts to Lake Oroville going forward. So specifically, kind of the post wildfire impacts. Really, I kind of break it down to three different buckets here. We have a change in the hydrologic flow regime. And we have an increase in the sediment yield and potential water quality impacts. With respect to the flow regime, 2018, 2019, we had a pretty substantial winter that year, obviously. So it was really hard to calibrate how much of a delta in hydrology that we saw. The last 2 winters have been a little more mild, so it's largely unclear what the magnitude of the hydrologic impacts. Similar with the sediment yield, just the sheer burn severity in both the Camp and the North Complex fires are pretty significant. We don't really have a good sense. We don't really have any current measurement other than very qualitative and observations. But we are seeing anecdotal evidence of sediment pulsing its way down through the system. When they get into, primarily the Butte Creek and the Cherokee Canal systems, those are levee channels, and it's really difficult to understand what that sediment balance is going to be within that levee system. There's been some historical challenges with sediment aggregation within the Cherokee Canal, and I fear that this is going to compound that. On the water quality front, albeit it's not a flood issue, it's still an issue. The Water Quality Board, or the Water Board, and Department of Water Resources for both the Camp and the North Complex, we've had a multi-agency kind of response team to monitor and kind of keep tabs of different constituents and concerns, and so it's been really helpful. So sidebar thank you to those agencies for help on that front. So next slide, please. So recommendations, obviously, if we can get a better understanding of what the geomorphic responses are going to be in this post-wildfire condition, that would be very helpful to identify new policies, procedures, and really what needs to happen. Primarily with respect to the sediment yield and how that's response is going to occur within those systems. And once we have a better understanding of these, hopefully communicate that to other LMAs and other areas within the state that may experience a similar situation. So that's it for me. I think I'm handing it back over to Megan. But thank you again. I appreciate all the efforts the board and DWR does to support us.
Thank you, Radley.
All right, and I will wrap it up with our priorities for this round of the Mid-Upper Sac Regional Flood Management Planning. So as you saw, we are actively involved in the comprehensive management plan for the Sutter and Tisdale bypasses. That is definitely at the top of the list. We are currently kicking off a governance study for Colusa County and will likely follow that with one in Butte County to look at governance structure to overcome the challenges that we've mentioned with capital improvement projects. We want to move on to implementing the small communities projects. We would like to see Grimes taken from the design and permitting on ultimately to construction and move a lot of those others that were in feasibility stage to phase 2. We want to be able to support Chico in moving towards achieving their urban level of protection. Next slide. We'd like to embark on the advanced mitigation pilot projects. Now that we have the RCIS approved, we want to work out piloting advanced mitigation pilot projects. And I do want to thank DWR Maintenance Office for working with us to look at maybe the first pilot project within that RCIS. And then we'd like to expand that out. We want to continue to support SWIFT implementation and funding those programs and continuing to make sure that our region remains eligible for PL 8499. Flood after fire, we want to support efforts for everything that Radley just talked about, the post-fire hydrology and runoff management. And we want to make sure that we continue maintaining our regional flood emergency preparedness and improving those plans, practicing those plans, and making sure, you know how California, we can go 10 years and not see a drop of water, and then it all comes down in 1 year. So we got to keep up on that and make sure we're not losing anything there. And with that, I will wrap it up. And if you have any questions for us, we're happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Megan. That was excellent, and is testimony to the fact that these RFMPs have really paid off for the state and the department and the board. They really are engaging the local communities, just like we promised we'd do in 2012, and that's far exceeding our fondest expectations, and I appreciate it. So any questions from the board on this item?
Yes. Megan, thank you. Your first presentation, you had a slide up, and I think it had something to do with the amount of areas that were not eligible for the PL 84-99. Was there something that stated that in there? I don't think you went over it, I think, but it was in there.
Are you speaking about the system-wide improvement frameworks and the systems that were eligible and ineligible?
Yeah, I just caught a glimpse of it. And so I saw something about there in the area that you were speaking of, that most of the jurisdictions were not eligible or were kicked out of the PL 84. Am I correct in that?
So there are 24 systems in the Mid and Upper Sac region. After the 2010, around 2010, the Corps did periodic inspections. At that time, every one of those systems was kicked out of PL 8499. Since then, several have regained or are in the process of regaining eligibility. So right now, 6 systems are eligible. 10 more systems are on their way to becoming eligible.
What's the general time of trying to get back into that eligibility?
So it it depends on how quickly. I mean, the first step, the letter of intent, it does take a while. It's not a quick letter. The word letter is not. It's more of a report.
Right.
For intent. So it does take some time. It takes several months to put together the letter of intent. And then once that goes over to the board staff, there's a review process as well as with the Corps staff, and then ultimately with Corps headquarters. So, it could take 2 years to get through the process. I mean, it could take less. I have not done one recently, so I'm not sure what the current timeline is now. Eric Mao from your staff actually might have a better idea of the current timeline.
I guess the reason I'm asking these questions is because it's these small rural communities that really could use and benefit from these type of programs when there's high water time and there's damage to their facilities. And yet here they are getting kicked out, but when there is a way to try to remedy, flood control, we heard a presentation earlier today that they look at the rural areas in order to try to alleviate some of the flood concerns, for the more populated areas. They'll use the rural areas. And so I'm just, you know, to me, there's an issue of fairness here. You know, when you look at rural communities, that they'll never be able to, you know, get ahead of the curve there because of the fact that they don't have the population in order to do the assessments, not only for maintenance, but also for that capital projects. And so I guess I just have to, you know, reiterate those kind of things to make sure they're heard loud and clear. So thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, this is, as I say, kind of a new thing that we wanted to put in place because these presentations from the RFMPs at the coordinating committee have been excellent. We thought it would be helpful to have one of these every so often to the board so we keep up on these projects and the progress we're making. Any other questions from the board? Okay, Leslie, do you want to go back to item 10B?
Yes, please. I see we have Angeles back with us.
Okay, Angeles, you're on 10B.
I manage the enforcement section for the
Angeles, we can't hear you. Could you turn up your volume a bit? Or Ryan, help us out.
It's a little better. Give me a sec. I might use headphones. Apologies.
It just sounds like you're down a long hallway.
How's this?
Yeah, that's great.
Better.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, let's do this again. So good afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board. Angeles Calizo for the enforcement section. I'm here this morning or this afternoon to provide you an information, a briefing on the board's enforcement program. Next slide, please. So this is just a high-level overview of my presentation and what I'll be covering here over the next half hour or so. Starting off with the board's enforcement authority and jurisdiction, covering a few other items there. Who are we? The program itself, some additional programs that the section handles, and then looking ahead at some of the challenges that we are facing, and finally closing it off with some questions. Next slide, please. So the board's enforcement authority is granted under the California Water Code 8700 through 8709, which essentially makes it unlawful for any person or a public agency to interfere with, obstruct the performance, maintenance, or operation of, or otherwise take any actions that may adversely affect the facilities of a state plan of flood control, designated floodways, or regulated streams. The board's enforcement section is responsible for carrying out the enforcement duties by taking administrative and civil enforcement actions to abate and remedy the issues that are in violation of the board standards. Working with our partners as the levee maintainers and operators of the system, the board remains as the regulatory body for addressing non-compliant encroachments. Next slide, please. So the board's jurisdiction, it's pretty vast. So pursuant to Title 23, Section 2B, essentially the board's jurisdiction covers the entire area, so the entire Central Valley, including all tributaries and distributaries of the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers and Tulare and Buena Vista basins. So that's a pretty extensive reach. The board has adopted a plan of flood control, and our enforcement and permitting actions primarily focuses where there are an adopted plan of flood control. In those situations, the adopted plan of flood control typically includes regulated streams that are identified in Title 23, Section 112, Table 8.1, where there are board adopted designated floodways, where the board has and holds real estate rights, either in fee or in easement under the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District, which henceforth will be referred to as SSJDD. The board may also enforce on an area that is located outside of an adopted plan of flood control if it is foreseeable that the work could be injurious to or interfere with a successful execution and functioning or operation of the facilities. Next slide, please. So this picture here before you kind of just gives you, is just a graphic to show in a situation where there is a regulated stream that is bounded by 2 federal levees on each side, the board's jurisdiction extends a minimum of 10 feet on either way. Right, that's a typical standard. Next slide, please. So the enforcement section team is comprised of 1 senior engineer, supported by 5 full-time water resources engineers and 1 attorney. Currently, Mr. Thais is on a special assignment that is serving as a contact tracer for the Department of Public Health. Thank you, John, for your service. Mr. Eric Mao, who has been with the board since 2016, he serves as the program manager for the Public Law 8499 Rehabilitation Program. And he also is the point of contact and manager for the System-Wide Improvement Framework, LOI SWIFTs, that are handled and processed through the board, in addition to managing various enforcement cases. I'd like to highlight that 3 of the other staff on there, David Ismalian, Charlie Miller, and Zubair Dosu, have only been with the enforcement section for just about a year, plus or minus. And while they're fairly new, they're sharp and they bring a variety of skill sets that we have been missing. All 3 have spent the majority of their first year primarily in a virtual setting due to the pandemic, but regardless, they have excelled and adapted rather quickly. Next slide, please. So the board's enforcement process is intended to increase the level of enforcement until compliance is reached. The approach aims to bring compliance at the lowest level of enforcement the lowest level possible, which is less exhaustive of resources for both the state but also for the respondent. The enforcement tools that are available include the notice to comply, the notice of violation, followed by a cease and desist order, which includes a cease and desist order meeting. And if at that point the issue is still not resolved, then staff brings the matter to the board through an enforcement hearing. And in that enforcement hearing, staff presents an enforcement order that typically includes administrative penalties. Okay, and that process concludes the administrative process. Oh, sorry, wasn't done yet. That process concludes the enforcement process, the administrative process for the board. And at that point, it goes on to the civil process, which would be through the Attorney General's office to proceed. Okay, next slide, please. So Ryan killed my thunder on this one. So one of the tools that we use, a couple tools that are for the primary tools that this section uses at the board. One of those is a database. So the database houses all relevant documents, emails, correspondence, photos, and encroachment issues related to our program. And so that's the picture there you see on the left on the screen. The databases is linked with the board's permitting database as well, allowing for ease of communication between our 2 groups. We also communicate very closely with the Department of Water Resources Utility Crossing Inspection Program staff at USEP. The databases are dynamically connected to the board's encroachment viewer that we call, which is a picture on the bottom right. And that is a web-based mapping tool that displays the board's databases, permitting enforcement inspection information. In addition to other information such as board's SSJDD rights, real estate rights, and USEP information as well. That is important for us. Next slide, please. So since 2013, the board's enforcement section established a prioritization criteria or prioritization strategy, to quantify, categorize, and prioritize the number of significant encroachments that are in the system with the goal of addressing the highest risk first. The encroachments that, so this picture on the right, I'll kind of walk through the different rankings as identified. So the encroachments that were ranked number 1 are those that pose an immediate threat to the levee integrity. And so those would be examples of like a leaky pipe or an excavation on the levee embankment itself. Encroachments that could affect the levee integrity that are also within the levee embankment, such as ditches, retaining walls, and other structures are ranked number 2. Minor encroachments that have minimal impact to the integrity or on a larger distance from the levee, but could still have an impact. Those are ranked number 3. So examples of those would be fences, landscaping, vegetation, power poles, stairways. Encroachments that have no effect on the levee but are located within the board's real estate rights or within a designated floodway are deemed a rank 4. So examples of those would be possibly retaining walls, other structures, boat docks. And then lastly, 5 and 6 are non-permanent encroachments that are less severe, but are located within the board's jurisdiction. So this section, the enforcement section actions currently focused on ranks number 1 and 2 in any active unauthorized construction. Okay, please, the next slide, please. So these are some metrics of this section since 2018 to present. In the past 4 years, the majority of the cases that were initiated by staff began with a notice to comply. The notice to comply was implemented in early 2018 in an effort to issue prompt notification of unauthorized work. The notice to comply have proven to be extremely effective, especially in those situations where unauthorized work is found in the field and it needs to be corrected. 2 cease and desist orders have been issued one in 2019 and one in 2020, with both of those being elevated to an enforcement hearing before the board. One of those, the first one included an administrative penalty of $105,000. And the second one had a hearing earlier this year in February, and that was the order was delayed its effectiveness until June 1st. But that also included an administrative penalty of $42,500. The big spike that you see on the screen there in applications, so the second from the bottom row, is a big spike in 2019. And so that was due to the permit fees that were coming into effect, that came into effect on July 1st. So many of the respondents that we had been working on for some time decided to get their application in before the fees come into effect. So that explains the big jump there. Throughout the years, the section carries approximately 40 to 50 active cases at any one point, and those are all at different stages of the enforcement process. The bottom row that I like to highlight there is the number of cases that are closed. So on a yearly basis, so from 2018 to 2020, you see that they primarily range between 50 to 60 cases. And the bottom, the parentheses below it shows a breakdown of utility crossings. Again, our section has been primarily focusing on pipe crossings at this point. And so, for example, this year, 8 cases that have been closed so far, 6 of those were pipes that were related to pipes. And of those 6, there were 4 that were urgent, deemed urgent by the Utility Crossing Inventory Program, USIP, right? So where there was some sort of deficiency already within those pipes. I'd also like to point out that the statistics that are before you here are displaying the number of cases. In some instances, and often in more than not, one case could include multiple encroachments. So we are currently working on a way to extract that information so that it's more representative of the number of issues that are actually resolved through the process. Next slide, please. So give you some examples of some of the successes we've had. So the enforcement section has seen a larger number of corrective actions for various encroachments that range from pipes, fences, retaining walls, docks, ramps, etc. While many of these corrective actions are difficult to see on the screen, I've selected some of those that are easier to represent here. So this first one is an example of a site out in West Sacramento. This is on the right, west levee of the Sacramento River in Reclamation District 900. This was an old site for a ready-mix plant that was operated by CEMEX, but was no longer in operation. In early 2015, staff began discussions with CEMEX to properly remove and abandon the facilities. So that's the first picture there on the left. But due to some waterward channel and an existing lease with State Lands, staff coordinated with State Lands Commission, and they took the lead in drafting the necessary environmental documents. However, by 2019, which shows a picture on the right, the material beneath the walkway began to give away and become very unstable. And so at that point, due to the possible imminent public threat, State Lands Commission issued an emergency authorization. The work began in 2009, in August of 2009, and it was completed before flood season, November 1st. So those are the two photos to show that. Next slide, please. And this is what the site looks like roughly today, but after the work was done. So these are photos taken in November of 2019. Next slide, please. The next case here is situated outside of the city of Chico, along Mud Creek Federal Levee in Butte County. The work consisted of an authorized modification to some existing culverts through the levee, and that was done by sleeving an existing plastic pipe. And it also covered the installation of a manhole within the board's jurisdiction. A notice of violation was issued to the respondent on October 2020, and by December 2020, the work was corrected and the compliance letter was issued. So the photos that you see here on the screen were taken by the local maintaining agency, and they were from October of 2020 when they notified us of the work. Next slide, please. And these are the after photos. So the sleeving of the pipe was removed, the fill material that was placed against the culvert was removed, and then the ditch that used to be there was also restored. Next slide, please. This case is out in Sutter County along the east levee of the Sacramento River in Reclamation District 1500. The work involved the removal of an existing 22-inch pipe that had failed, and it was approximately 17.5 feet below levee crown. A notice of violation was issued on October 2019, and the work was completed on October 25th, 2019. So there was an immediate concern about the integrity of the pipe, and with flood season coming into play, we worked with the respondent and had that issue resolved or corrected before then. So these are the before photos. Next slide, please. And the photo on the left shows the excavation as it was occurring to remove that pipe. And then the photo on the right shows the restoration of the levee and proper recompaction. Next slide, please. This other case was situated in Colusa County along West Levee, the West Levee of the Sacramento River. This is actually within Ms. Naji's district, Sacramento River West Levee District. They notified us of an authorized ramp being constructed up against the land side of the levee. The landowner was not responsive to the LMA's notification, and so that's how Ms. Naji notified our group of the work occurring. So at that time, our staff issued a notice to comply on October 2020, requiring the removal of that fill, and the fill removal was completed by early November of 2020. The landowner was also notified. Apologize. So the landowner also, in addition to the fill that he had placed there, removed a large concrete box that had been right at the toe of the levee. That was, while it was not cited as part of the enforcement action, it had been flagged by a previous inspection by the Army Corps of Engineers. And the landowner actually complied and took care of that issue as well. Next photo, please. Next slide. So these are the after photos of what the site looks like. So the photo on the left is for the ramp location, and the photo on the right is where that concrete boxes used to be. Next slide, please. So these are some of the special programs that the group is handling. So a pipe prioritization program that we're calling P3 recognizes that pipes through the levees pose one of the highest risks to the levee's integrity. Oftentimes, these pipes are in poor condition and they've exceeded their useful life. Some have had maintenance, but there are no records or documentation to confirm that the integrity or the repairs were done consistent with Title 23 standards. As a result, there are quite a bit of numbers of pipes through the Central Valley that are in danger or have failed or could be a danger of failing at any high water event or flood season. So given the number of concerning pipes that exist within the levee system, the program was established to create a prioritization strategy with the goal of systematically and proactively coordinating with the landowners that have the pipes to have them repaired, replaced, or removed to avoid jeopardizing the integrity of the levee. So the P3 program will use existing inspection data that is available by the Department of Water Resources Utility Crossing Inspections Program, USIP. And they are being ranked according to a set of different factors. Those factors include the pipe integrity, the levee height, the pipe configuration, and pipe diameter, amongst others. As of January of this year, the USIP had about 7,000 documented utility crossings over the 1,600 miles of levees. And 192 of those pipes had been rated as urgent by USIP, meaning there are some deficiencies already noted, either sinkholes or the pipes just show deterioration. And of those 192, 24 are already in active enforcement case with the enforcement section. Next slide, please. So one of the most critical programs that enforcement section also handles are the emergency repairs under the Army Corps of Engineers Public Law 8499 Rehabilitation Program. Under this program, the Army Corps of Engineers provides the funding, the design, and the construction for the repairs, reconstructions of the flood control projects as they were damaged by recent flood events or high waters. In its role, the board as a non-federal sponsor is responsible for the lands, easements, right-of-way, relocation, and disposals that we call LERDs, those costs. The board also serves as the liaison between the Army Corps of Engineers, the local maintaining agencies, and participates in weekly coordination meetings and executes the necessary assurance agreements, CEQA filings, and real estate permissions. The real estate activities are performed by the Department of Water Resources Real Estate Branch pursuant to our agency's Memorandum of Agreement. Staff also assists with the necessary permitting action, board permitting actions that can result out of any private encroachments that are impacted by this emergency repairs. Currently, Mr. Mao, as I mentioned earlier, he's a program manager for the 2017 repair sites. And I currently have Charlie Miller, who's fairly new, but he's now overseeing the 2019 repair sites. So the bottom there on the screen, the table on the left shows the 2017 emergency repair sites. As you can see, it was a significant number. So 37 sites have been repaired to date, those leaving only 6 sites to be repaired. 5 of those are planned for this year, and 1 site is being pushed to 2022 construction season. For the 2019 repairs or 2019 damage emergency sites, 1 has already been completed and was completed in November of 2019. And the remaining 4 are currently waiting final approval from the Corps for the project inspection reports. Next slide, please. So some of the other efforts that the section handles are the what we refer to as the Local Maintaining Agency Assistance Program. And this program, it covers the review and transmittal of the letters of intent that for the development of a system-wide improvement framework plan. And then any subsequent reporting that is required to demonstrate adequate progress. Currently, there are 16 approved letters of intent that cover 32 systems. We anticipate the approval of an additional 4 letters of intent that would cover 5. So once those 4 are approved, the systems come back to be eligible in the PL 8499. And then there are an additional 11 draft letters of intent that cover 18 systems. So that was a handful. That's a lot. But another effort that staff is also assisting with is the Army Corps of Engineers inspections. So this year, the Corps actually released their inspection schedule for the entire year, which allowed us to better coordinate with the local maintaining agencies and make sure that the timing of it also work for their districts and their mowing and maintenance activities. So staff coordinates on those efforts, in addition to extracting and providing records necessary for the preparation of the inspections. Furthermore, staff also provides assistance to the local agencies in addressing non-compliant encroachments that may be raised or flagged by the Corps inspections. In more recent special assignments that are related to some of the transient issues, one of those is the no digging signs. And this is a pilot study that focuses on a segment in the American River Flood Control District that essentially is placing a no digging sign within the levee section or embankment. I strategically identify locations that are aimed to bring public awareness when they enter in the levee, but also of the possible ramifications for any altering cutting into the levees. The second one is on March 1st of 2021, the board executed an emergency resources agreement with Reclamation District 1500 that addressed encampment issues that were on board-owned property along the west bank of the Sacramento River, out in Knights Landing, just outside of Knights Landing. Staff will be doing an informational briefing to the board at the May board meeting on that item. Next item, please. So looking ahead, right? What do we have? So sort of the short-term and long-term changes and challenges that we face here in the program. So one of those first things is the streamlining of the enforcement process to include the assessment of penalties through the administrative process that we hope would facilitate and improve our efficiency. This is going to be a more long-term effort, as it will require some legislative and Title 23 revisions. The preparation of a budget change proposals to increase staffing, resources, and funding. That's underway. Conducting and establishing an outreach program with the cities and counties where there's overlapping jurisdiction, particularly in urban areas that are immediately adjacent to federal levees and designated floodways. Possibly revisiting the enforcement delegation authority that is granted under the California Water Code Section 700, Title 23, Section 23, that essentially can delegate where the board, the executive officer, can delegate the issuance of a notice of violation to an LMA. And lastly, but not least important, is working on a retention program to provide growth and cross-training opportunities to staff to reduce turnover. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time to let me address you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Angelis. That was excellent. We appreciate that. Questions from the board? Okay.
Bill?
Yes, Tim?
I don't have a question, but I can't let the pause just sit there. I just wanted to thank Angeles and her group. This is, it's hard work. It's not for everybody, especially for engineers. Involves a lot of personal interaction and some tough discussions. And I just wanted to thank her and her team. Every time we hear about this, which is not very often, right? As judged by the chart you saw, we're the last resort and we don't hear very much from them. But when we do, I think they've always done a really super job of doing their best to make sure it doesn't get that far. But we're part of the process, and I know we play that role when we need to. So thank you, Angeles.
Thank you, Tim.
Chair Edgar?
Thanks, Tim. Yes. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
I just want to thank you to Angelis for all of her work to get this agreement done. We will be presenting it next month board meeting for that, but I just want to thank Angelis ahead of time for everything she's done to help us get this encampment issue fixed here in my district. So thanks again. Well, and thanks to the board as well.
You bet. Thank you. Any other comments?
I think it was a great presentation. I really learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelis, for all your hard work. This is essentially a result of the efforts of our legislation we've been able to get through. And as Tim pointed out, the enforcement work necessary and the interpersonal skills and so on are very difficult in these. They're essentially code enforcement problems. And it takes a special person and a special team of people to handle these kinds of issues, and we appreciate all your work. Okay, let's move on. We're on item 11 at this point. And Leslie, if you don't mind, I'd like you to summarize your report since it came in late last night, or yesterday, I mean. If in case the board members haven't had a full chance to read it, could you summarize it, please?
Sure. It was actually less dense than the one last month, I'm happy to say. We did have a continuing discussion with the city on, you saw the no digging signs that were just in Angeles' presentation. These are some other signs that we had installed to notify folks that they should not be bringing vehicles up on the levee behind on the pocket area. And we are continuing to coordinate with the city on that and have a couple of different sections of the city that we're working with. Their new community enforcement, the police department is involved. So we're hopeful that that will be resolving shortly. We had some good news from the governor's office on the COVID numbers. The positivity rate is way down. Our contact tracers should be returned to us no later than the next 60 days. So we could really use our staff back. So we're very happy to see that program winding down and folks will be coming back. So that was something that we were happy to hear. We had a couple more of the requests for the community funding letters, and you saw we submitted those on behalf of the Lower San Joaquin and West Sac. There's another one we're working on as well that will be noted for next month. So we'll see what kind of success those efforts have ultimately with the federal budget when that comes out. Jeet, did you want to talk about your legal piece?
I certainly can. I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
No, go ahead.
I thought I heard Bill or someone else speak.
No,
Yeah, the only thing I could add of note that's really changed, Leslie, you already covered our meetings with the city, our ongoing work on the formation of maintenance areas, obviously is ongoing, and consolidation of maintenance areas that or RDs that I've been working with Darren Suen on. The other thing to note on the Title 23 is that we did receive some feedback on our proposed response to comments from the Army Corps. So we're proceeding with that in terms of moving that forward. That's the most notable, I think, out of my report in terms of a change from last month.
Okay, thanks.
Certainly take questions too, Mr. President.
Yes, certainly open to questions.
Any questions from the board or on either the Leslie's report or the update on a board administration operations plan, grant implementation, or environmental services land management grant?
I have a question for Leslie.
Sure.
The governor stated the June 15th, things are going to open up. Are we planning to meet in person in June?
We are awaiting specific guidelines from Cal HR and the governor's office before we make any plans to resume in-person meetings. And we're hoping that those will be in advance of June 15th. But the latest information we have is that those may not be available till midsummer. So we are continuing status quo until then.
So that would be like July or August.
Perhaps. It's unclear to be exactly when that might happen. There have been no specific dates that I've heard.
Okay. All right, thanks, Les. Item 12 is members, we're on item 12, board comments and committee updates. Do we have any of those? I don't see any. And item 13, the upcoming meetings are listed for you. If there are any questions about that, we can handle those. And item 14, we're on item 14, members, our closed session. So at this time, we'll recess the meeting.
Mr. President, could I just mention before we do that, with regard to 13 and the upcoming meetings, the board workshop for May 14th, as you will recall, is the one that we rescheduled from April. It is intended to be a virtual site visit at this point still with the Trillia folks. And Darren has been working with Paul Bruner. That will be including the RFMP and similar to the presentation you got from Megan, but also with a visual, hopefully drone footage of what it looks like out there with the projects. We did still have to do that in a virtual environment at this moment. We are hoping later this year when we do the San Joaquin tour that we'll be able to do that in person, but I just wanted to remind everyone about that date. It wasn't on your original calendar, and it will be a virtual. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. There are a number of boards members who asked about a possible workshop with the presentation made by Cami Arcovechi today. Could you, after the appropriate time, check with, I think Tim, Brian, and Joe had some offline questions that they wanted to ask, and could you consult with them to see if they think a workshop with the board would be helpful? And then we can plan that for later on. Whatever they think, I'll defer to them on that. Okay, anything else on meetings? Okay, we're on item 14, our closed session. And at this time, we're going to recess to a meeting in closed session, and we'll meet on the Zoom link that Leslie has provided for this purpose. And we'll allow a little bit of a break. Let's meet at 2 o'clock for that Zoom meeting. That'll give us time to clean up these other items. And then the idea would be to, Ryan, keep this site open, and we'll Leslie will come back and tell you the time we got out of the closed session, whether or not we have any report items, and the time of adjournment. Okay, without objection, members, we're recessed.
Recess.
Hey, Leslie, can you hear me? I'm going to call in instead of Zoom in. Thanks. You're on mute.
See you later, Mike.
That's fine,
See you,
Mike.
Bill.
There's instructions for both the Zoom or a call,
Yeah.
whichever you prefer.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know.
All right. Thank you. Ryan. It's Leslie. I'm back on.
Hi, Leslie.
Hi, we just concluded closed session. There is no reportable items, and the meeting was adjourned at 2:40.
Okay.
So we can close out this meeting now. Thank you so much.